company you work in, every business is a data business. And you have to run your businesses using insights. If you work in CX, you work in analytics, you work in digital banking or digital business, any part of your organization, you have to be collecting data, no matter how sophisticated your business is. And using that data to understand how your customers behave, understand what they don't just need or what they might need as well. Now, for your businesses where in some cases they are smaller, you don't have a lot of technology, you also have to think about how you begin to create digital footprints for your customers so you start collecting information. The second key thing would be innovation. Every business as well has to invest in developing propositions that matter to customers. So you have to be investing in anticipating future needs of your customers. It's amazing when you go to the open market sometimes, and the people who are selling in the open market can even anticipate what you need better than the businesses, who have all the technologies. You also have to deliver consistency across your channels, whether it's the human beings working in your organization, it's the app or the websites that you offer, or maybe your social media channels as well. So wherever the customer is encountering your business, you have to be offering consistency. And of course, if you work in big organizations or you're part of ecosystems, you have to be able to bring all of that together for the benefit of your customers. The third thing here would be that we have to be more intentional. I think for me, this is one of the biggest areas where you can differentiate your brand in the experience economy. Being more intentional about how every customer journeys with your business. And what that would mean is that you are invested in a lot of ethnographic research. Now, ethnographic research would be research that is immersed within the environments of your customers. Many times when I work with clients, there's a lot of design that is happening in head office, in buildings, that is at variance with what customers actually experience on a day-to-day basis. You have to be investing heavily in doing a lot of research. I know because we're in a CX environment, we'll be familiar with journey mapping. You also have to be designing journeys and, in a sense, reimagining those journeys for the benefit of your customers as well. Now, two more things. You need to empower your team and empower your organization as well. And empowerment is not just empowering your frontline people. Empowerment is empowering everybody all the way to your board members. What I usually advocate for is, as you do trainings within your organization around the experiences, train everybody from your board to your CEO, to your executives, to the junior people within your organization, so that everyone is speaking the same language of experiences. Later on today, I'm sure on the agenda, we'll be talking about employee experience. The employee experience also has to match the customer experience. Because again, sometimes I see a lot of investments in CX, and then the experiences of employees within the organization is not at variance. So again, many times when we look at, when we do surveys within companies, you find that an organization sometimes may have maybe plus 30 NPS, but then the employee experience or the employee NPS maybe might be plus 10, 0, or even negative, sometimes. So you have to match the employee experience with the customer experience, because if you don't, sooner rather than later, customer experience will suffer. And then finally, of course, is that you have to be digitally enabled. However you look at it, the barrier to leveraging technology today continues to drop. And as I look at the room here, at all the faces here, I imagine that we're all people who are digital savvy, and we can take that back to our organizations. So I'll stop here, and I'm sure conversations will continue for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Your round of applause is not giving. It's not giving. I know the way you're clapping when you're out on a Friday night. Show that. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to apologize for all the technical glitches that we've been having. It's usually not like this, and we'll try to correct and fix as we go forward. Just please forgive us and ensure that this does not impact your experience. Thank you so much again for your understanding, and then we can move on. How many of us learned something at Mr. Wally's session? Okay, I think the biggest takeaway for me was where he mentioned that a lot of times companies invest in customer experience, but it's not on par with the employee experience. I have questions around that, but I think that I'm going to delay my questions for another time during this event. Okay, we're moving. Okay, just to mention, if you need to use the restrooms, they're right at the back. If you need to, get something, but there's going to be food, right? So please just stay engaged, be here, be present. But if you need something to snack on, you're in Ikeja and you're on Isaac John. There are lots of options for you to choose from, right? Are we having a great time? It doesn't look like it. You guys are cold and your energy is impacting me. You need to give me, looks like you guys are just clustered with yourselves. I need you guys to really, make some noise. Can we do that? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to specially recognize the presence of my CEO and my CTO. Please, a round of applause for the people who are building one of the best places to work and one of the leading tech startups in Nigeria, if I do say so myself. Our CTO is Edward Popola. He says that he's not here, but trust me, he's here. You will see him when you see him. And our CEO is Razak Ahmed. Did you know that Cowrywise is SEC licensed? Okay, stay on news, Abby. Okay, I'll do you one better. Did you know that the CEO of Cowrywise is also the CFA president of Nigeria? And I need you to celebrate that. It just shows that at Cowrywise we're committed to excellence, trust, and really managing your money properly, right? Okay, so I think it's time that we move on. We're moving. Say it's moving. Say it's going. Yeah. Okay, we're going to now proceed to our first panel session. I'm going to be calling out the speakers and their profile will be read. To moderate the session, all right. Okay. I'm just going to introduce the first speaker, the first panelist. We have Chidi Okoro from the faculty at Lagos Business School.
Chidi Okoro is the alternate academic director of the Africa Retail Academy and an adjunct faculty in strategy and international business at Lagos Business School, where he helps shape the next generation of African retail leaders. A seasoned consultant and project manager, he advises organizations on strategy design and business development with focus on FMCG, pharmaceutical, retail, and Africa expansion operations. He also serves as an operating partner with a healthcare-focused private equity fund management company and is the founder and executive consultant of Drugs and Medicaments Nigeria Limited, a retail chain and own brands dealer in the pharmaceutical sector. He holds a pharmacy degree, an MBA, and an executive master's in positive leadership and strategy. An aspiring writer with forthcoming books, he maintains a keen interest in politics and its impact on Nigeria's well-being. His achievements have earned him honors, including Pearl-quoted CEO of the Year. Please welcome Chidi Okoro.
Guys, I'm going to need that clap to be really loud. Coming all the way from LBS is such a big thing. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir. Next on my list, I have Nelly Ogene, who's Unit Head, CEM, Access Bank.
Nelly Ogeneko is a passionate customer experience professional and banker with over 2 decades of rich cross-industry experience dedicated to transforming and enhancing customer interactions. Her career spans telecoms, oil and gas, and banking, where she has consistently championed customer-centric strategies that drive loyalty, satisfaction, and business growth. Deeply committed to elevating CX as a discipline, Nelly continues to drive initiatives that place the customer at the heart of business operations while mentoring teams to embrace a culture of service and excellence. Please welcome Nelly Ogenekowo.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause again. I really like the way you're clapping, ma. I love it. And to moderate this session is none other than the au pair of Cowrywise. You guys have been asking for au pair of Cowrywise. I don't understand. I hope you know that au pair of Cowrywise actually lives inside somebody, and that person is going to moderate the session today. Please make welcome Eno Izomo, CX Manager at Cowrywise.
Think of business growth powered by customer experience. That's Eno's passion and forte. At Cowrywise, Eno doesn't just manage a team. She designed the customer experience function from the ground up. Alongside a high-performing team, she was instrumental in scaling Cowrywise from 5,000 to over 1 million retail customers and corporate clients, while championing initiatives that streamlined operations, improved cost efficiency, and earned lasting customer trust. She has successfully led large-scale CX campaigns and designed recruitment frameworks that position Cowrywise as an organization that attracts and nurtures top talent. Eno is also the convener of CXCon, a premier conference shaping the future of CX-led business growth and influencing business leaders across industries. Please welcome Eno Izomo.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, we're going to be kicking off now. And in the event that you have questions, please go to www.slido.com for your questions and enter the code 3457134. It's slido.com, SLIDO.com, and the code is 3457134. Are we good? Do you need me to take it again one more time? Okay, it's slido.com, and the code is 3457134. So please listen, ask your questions, because I'm going to be back, and I'm going to ask questions, okay? Thank you very much, everyone. Celebrate yourselves.
Hello. Okay, we're good. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Okay. This one even makes my voice better. Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Are we having a great time so far? I'm not feeling the energy, so it's just like Coach said, I'm not feeling the energy as much as I would like. Are we having a good time so far? Awesome. How many of us enjoyed Mr. Wale's session? We had to bring him all the way from KPMG, and he answered us. Please put your hands together for Mr. Wale. It was such a beautiful presentation, and we are so honored to have you at CXCon. Thank you for honoring us. Awesome. So we're going right into it. But before I go, I would like to apologize because we're supposed to have Yinka here with us, Yinka from Number, but he's unable to be here, and his representative is also running late. So we'll just go ahead, and we'll have more time to answer our questions. Awesome. Okay, so the session topic is why CX must be a boardroom agenda. And I'm sure that it's almost, everybody's already thinking that this should be like a given, right? This should be something that comes to mind as a business owner or as a board member that leads a business. You're thinking, how do I ensure that customer experience is at the core of what I do? But that's not always the case. And we want to ash out that today, and we want to discuss how senior management and board members, CEOs, business owners can think of CX as a strategy that they embed into their core business strategy beyond just assigning it to or delegating it to a specific team or a specific unit or a specific department, whatever you want to call it. So we're going to hash out all of that today. So if you have questions, please scan the QR code, drop your questions. We'll take as many as we can in the time that we have. All right, let's get right into it. How many of you love my panelists today? Aren't they looking beautiful and handsome? We brought them all the way from Access and from LBS. They've come all the way, so please and please, as much as possible, ask your questions and interact as much as possible. Are we good? Awesome. So my very first question is to both panelists, and I want to just hear your perspective. So when you think of CX in the boardroom, or CX getting a table in the boardroom, or being on the agenda in the boardroom, what comes to mind for you? We can take the lady first, and then we go to the gentleman.
Hi, thank you, Eno. So it's a pleasure to be here, by the way.
Thank you for coming.
So for us at Access Bank, what it means is there's no conversation that happens without customer experience. There's no strategy. We have a 5-year strategy that we map out every 5 years. It is built around the customer, so it is driven from the top. So CX in the boardroom basically means that we have come to the realization that CX is very strategic in our business. And nothing happens without a nod from CX. So even when we talk about building products, for instance, we decide, there's a new product we want to bring out, and this is the potential, this is the profitability, everything forecasted. We always think about what will the customer think about it? How will the customer receive it? How will the customer spend around it? So for CX to be in the boardroom simply means that there must be that strategy from the get-go. And it must be, they're just not a team that reports to any other team in the bank, but a team that reports directly to the board. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Chidi.
Yeah. Thank you, Anna. So let me see it this: businesses exist to create and capture value for stakeholders, right? And to capture value, or to create value rather, you have to understand the customer. Without the customer, who are you creating value for? And what's the role of a board? It's a responsibility we owe to stakeholders of the organization. So I think the customer, the views of the customer certainly sit right at the top of organizations. And I spent a lot of my time in FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. And as I get involved with a lot of other businesses, I wonder how far away the customer is from how far away the senior leadership and the board are from the customer. That really, truly gets me on the edge. For us to create value, we have to understand who we're creating value for. I think we listened to the presentation. He spoke about ethnography, understanding the customer. So if I just give you one illustration, one of the companies I worked for, at every leadership meeting, we had a curtain of something that looks like a customer. So every conversation we have, the question is, how does that relate to the customer expectation? If it doesn't match or fit or relate to customer expectation, we drop it. That's how close a company tried to build. That was a pharma company. They tried to build every conversation at the top level, down to the base level, to be in line with the expectation or the yearnings of a customer. I think that's where I can take it from at this stage.
Thank you so much. I mean, from what we've heard, it starts from the top, right? So it's not something that should come from the bottom. It starts from the top and then it trickles down all all through the organization. So before I proceed, I hear that Akiolu representing Yinka from Number is here. So let's just give him a warm welcome quickly. Put your hands together for him. Don't stop clapping. Let's make sure it's comfortable. Awesome. Thanks for joining in. All righty. Okay, so we have a full house now. Let's go ahead. So my next question is to how have you embedded CX into your business model? And I think Chidi can take this. From your time in FMCG and in real business, how have you been able to embed CX directly into the business model such that it is not an afterthought, but it comes as something that you're constantly thinking about as you build products, as you develop services, as you come up with new initiatives, new innovation to serve customers? How are you able to embed customer experience into every single facet of your business?
So I think the first thing we do is, if you look at the objectives of the senior leadership, one of the first things we do is to check how much time do they spend with the customer or the customer-facing team. That's the first one, and this is legislated. So if you're CEO, your HOD, whether you're head of IT or you're head of finance or CFO, how much time should you spend before the customer or customer-facing unit? And the customer-facing unit are typically, so that's the first one. I think the other one are board meetings. I sit on the board of a couple of companies. We spend 25% of the time looking at consumer behavior, customer behavior, changes in trade channels, how they want to shop. And we bring in companies, research companies to do, they do research and they present that. We just finished a board meeting for a pharma company. It's a major pharma company. So one of the things we do first is what's happening with the typical customer of our organization. That's the first one. What's happening to their life, to their purchasing power? Where did they push their money into? That's some more. So what's their purchase journey like? Where did they buy from? What channels did they buy? And a lot of times what it leads to is, do we need to change the route to market? Do we need to review that? So we legislate those objectives into our senior leadership team, and it starts from how much time. The more time they spend with customer, the easier it is for them to make decisions. I think the other one is in product development. When we want to launch new product, we want to build product portfolio, we are checking, do we have fact and data and insight from engagement with customers? So we don't just launch product because someone launched it. I think all of these help to bring that. But the big one is in terms of how we manage performance, typically we adapt the balanced scorecard model. And the customer sits at the heart of that, whether financial, customer, etc. All of them end with the customer. The more you do that and pass it down the line, the more that gets into the organization. And that in organizations, we typically do what our leaders do. That's what happens. So if the leaders spend time talking, discussing customer, engaging customer, sharing insight about customer, that pervades through the organization. I think that's a kind of way we try to embed it in organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chidi. That makes so much sense. I can resonate to that because, so in Cowrywise, our senior management are very close to the customers. And that's not to say they are constantly talking to customers. They themselves are first customers. So they interact with the product, they interact with the service we're offering, and they understand as first customers, I want to use this feature. Is it working for me? If it's not working for me, then obviously it can't work for my target market. So interacting, if you're a customer of your business, I think it's going to be a lot more easier for you to understand your customer behavior because you first understand your own behavior as a consumer of your own product. And I mean, that makes so much sense when you explain that. Thank you so much. All right, my next question is to Nelly. Now, this is Can you share examples where customer insight, customer feedback has directly influenced like a business decision you were trying to make? I know that Chidi has mentioned earlier that they study consumer behavior, consumer insight to garner data and garner understanding of consumer behavior and then channel that into product development. I want you to like share examples where you've done that before, maybe at Access or at previous roles.
Okay, I'll speak about Access. Okay. Right? So we have learned from our own mistakes. Now, there were times where we had, one example was failed transactions, for instance. You do a transaction, it's not wholly dependent on you. There are third parties in between where the money has to go to, and sometimes it doesn't get there, right? So we learned, so initially years ago, we would let the process run. And if the money comes back, it comes back. But then we realized that the customer suffered in between. There were customers, and because we're largely retail, there were customers who would have, maybe they've just used their last money, right? And it has failed. So one of the things that we did was, because of the feedback we got from customers was, how can we make this less painful for the customer while we deal with the third parties involved? So one of the major things we did was to create a process where we identify immediately that the money hasn't gone through, and then we do a quick auto reversal. Now, because of everything with systems, you always give a 1% chance of failure, right? So the auto reversal process that we have is about 99.9% apt. So what happens is that 99.9% of transactions are reversed. However, when you look at the customer base, 1% of our customer base is a lot. And when you have that 1% screaming or saying, hey, I did a transaction and it didn't go through, we created another process to to deal with that kind of issue. So what that process was, is once we notice, once you call in, we give you back the money before we confirm if it failed or whatever went through. We trust, and we use data to do this. We look at the kind of customer. We trust that this is a customer who has, we look at his lifetime value with us. We look at how long he's transacted with us, and then we go ahead and give you the money on trust, right? And let you know that if it comes back and it says it was successful, we'll take it back and all that. So that's one of the things, one of the feedback that we got from customers that we have turned into a positive experience for them, right? And another thing is, based on what Chidi said and how management has to spend time with the customer, we did create a few programs, right, where we have management spending time, customer forums for the different customer sects that we have. So customer forums, and also a more proactive approach we took was to instill or put in CX metrics in appraisals across the board. So what we did is, even if you're in sales, even if you're in customer experience, even if you're in risk, there's a CX metric. So you all understand that you're working for the customer, and you have to deliver for the customer. And that your appraisal has to be, if you want to do well in your customer, you have to be, good to the customer, basically. So those are the few things that we've put in place that have been working.
Thank you so much, Nelly. Do we have people in financial services here? You work in payments, wealth, insurance. Are you taking feedback? Nelly just gave us expo. So let's take that feedback and implement, right? All right. So my next question, Nelly already touched on this, but I want to hear Akin's perspective. So what role should executive teams play in championing customer experience on their teams?
All right, thank you very much for that question. I think basically with us, what we've done is, she mentioned a bit of it, is to ensure that everybody has a CX KPI. When we build products, it's not just about building products, it's about how these products impact the customers that are going to use the product, the end users. So when you have revenue, budgets, you have retention budgets, you also have customer experience indicative budgets too that says how well do the customers take this product. Also, in line with even releasing or going live with the product, you first have to do a lot of beta testing to ensure that a closed user group engages with this product and they're able to understand what the product feels like. Also, from the customer experience or customer support team, there's a lot of feedback, not just top to bottom feedback, but bottom up feedback that says, okay, on a weekly basis, monthly and quarterly basis, what is the perception of the customer to each feature or each product that is being rolled out? What are they saying about it? Are they engaging with it? What does the UI look like? Is it easy to navigate? Things like that are conversations that the senior management, at Number constantly has, and it helps us to also chart a course for the future to say, what next? How are we taking this feedback and how are we modeling it into building better products for our consumers to enjoy? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ink. Akin, right? Hello? Thank you. Hello, yeah. So my team currently hosts a meetup called the CX Blueprint. It's largely targeted at CX professionals and CX practitioners, active practitioners. And in one of the sessions, we're having a conversation on whose KPI is CX. Like, who should own the CX KPIs? Should it be the customer-facing team? Should it be the product team? Should it be the quality assurance team? Who should really own it? And I want to hear everybody's perspectives. Who should own the customer experience metric? Who should own it? And who should champion that KPI in terms of what is our customer experience like? What is our customer perception like? How are people perceiving our business? Who should own that KPI? I want to hear everybody's perspective.
So I would say who should be the custodian of it would be the customer experience team. But who should have that KPI, that CX KPIs in their KPIs, in their appraisals? Everyone should.
Thank you. Chidi.
Yeah, I believe everyone in the organization, from the top right to the bottom, because experience that we gain out of a product or service could come from even interaction with the security man at the gate. Could be. It could be on a platform with digital stuff. So I think it's everyone, and we have seen organizations where they believe that it's for people in the front line. It doesn't pay off sustainably. Organizations that have... So sorry. Yeah, so what I've seen, working with a couple of, I'm working for medical organizations right now, trying to get them to be more customer-facing. The hospitals, the diagnostics, the chain pharmacies, they typically speak about their patients. So one of the things I'm trying to make them say is to start speaking about their customers. They don't like to talk customers. So I said, you know what, because they kept asking me, how can they be better customer facing? I said, change the term from patient to customer. Then just do that, and I think when I finish, I have to run back to them. They are still at the school for me. So it's everybody's responsibility from the top right to the base of the organization. And I think there are ways. We already have frameworks to build that into everybody's KPI. I mean, the balance scorecard framework has that already. So you can adapt it. It's not complicated to adapt. There's a space there for customer. And it's all about everything about customer and the experience they get engaging with your organization. So it's everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I resonate with the first two speakers on that. Customer experience, customer satisfaction is everybody's job, even though it sits with the customer experience team and the front-facing teams. The leadership of a company or an organization should mirror what the organization looks like. If at the top, it doesn't show any semblance to, satisfy customers, everybody's going to look at that and mirror that. You mentioned, even from the security, when you enter into some establishments, the way they say, welcome you and say hello to you, even if you're coming in for a serious complaint, that has already diffused the tension at that point, and then you go in and you're able to sort your problem. So I think that from the top to bottom, but also the leadership of the organization has the highest role to play, how they have carried themselves and how they have ensured that customer satisfaction is one of the top priorities. And like you mentioned, the balanced scorecard is also very great. In terms of scorecard and KPIs, it could be a bit mechanical, but when the DNA of the business is customer focused, it trickles down to everybody and everybody just takes it as what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So when Chidi said he advised his medical clients now, if I may, to call their patient customers, immediately sank in because, as tech companies, we have tech guys in the house. We call our customers users, right? Right. We always call them users. Oh, you download the app, you are seen as user A, user B, and we're segmented as that. But there's something it does to your psyche when you call them customers, really. It just sorts of balances it in your head that these are actual human beings that use my product, that pay money for my product or pay money for my services and deserve to be treated as such. So I think I totally agree with the fact that we should call our customers what they are, customers. Right. Are we going to take that away from here today? Awesome. Okay. I think I want to also jump on what Akin said in terms of how it should be from top to bottom. Right? Have you gone to an establishment where from the parking you're already frustrated? Like from trying to park and getting to the office, you're already irritated and agitated from the experience you've had. And all of that shapes how you view or perceive that company. So in as much as you have a great product, you have a great service, if from the gates your customers are having challenges or they're having difficulties, it already tells on the kind of experience they have. So that's something we need to actually pay attention to. So your security guards, how do they look? How do they smell? How do they speak? Those are things that we don't pay attention to in this part, and they are actually very, very important. Awesome. Okay, just to move ahead. So we've talked about how customer experience is important. It's something that we should all pay attention to. But how do we actually tie it to business outcomes, right? At the end of the day, what a business is out there to make, create value, and of course, get profit at the end of the day. So how do we tie the fact that we've built great customer experience, or we're building great customer experience, and the end goal is we want to achieve X? How are we able to marry that? I'd like to hear from everybody again, so please share your thoughts.
Okay, so it's really important that if you want to tie CX, embed it, fully into your organization, you look at, and most of the time this is driven by the CX team. You have a seat at the table. You have to tie things like profitability to CX. And it will take detail, it will take the time, but you have to do those kinds of reports where you show, I know in telco then, ARPU, average revenue per user. So the banking equivalent for that is the average transactions per user in terms of volume, in terms of usage. So when you tie that and you watch it over time, you can tell where you have a drop. And you see that impacts on profitability. So using data, you can easily show the customer's lifetime value. You can easily show where you have a dip in transactions. You can easily show where you have a dip in profit. And that means that you'd have to now go back. So for us at CX team, what we do is we go back and we look at what were the past experiences. So if we're looking at the data of January, for instance, what were the experiences around January that could have caused this? We take a deeper dive into that. We ask customers who were affected that period, and then we get our data, and it is clear on our report. So to embed CX, basically we correlate profitability, we correlate transactions directly to experiences.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Chidi?
So some of the approach we are seeing in different industries, I sit firmly in retail. I sit on the board of a couple of retail companies. We check repeat purchase, that's critical. Average basket values are important. Different industries call it different, give it different tags. We check churn rate, the number of customers that actually never come back. Those are some of the stuff that we check. So if I were to share just one illustration how just delivering the right customer experience or understanding, I don't like to use the term customer experience because I don't like to use lag measures. I like to use lead measures to check. So I check stuff like the customer journey, the journey he's going to make. So we did something for our retail organization where we checked how does a customer walk through our store. I'm on the board of a major retail organization. How does a customer walk through the store? Are there items that the customer pre-plans to buy? So those items that they truly pre-plan to buy, we place them at the back of a store. The items that they buy on impulse, we place them right at the front. And I think that's a very simple way to so we also checked something and saw that we also went further to see how sensitive are they to certain prices of different products. We realized that a lot of Nigerians, even at the top end, are very sensitive to how much they pay for their fresh food product, fruits, etc., which is a surprise, right? So we saw that we were having, and we correlated that to our business. We were having a lot of damages. Because on the way to your home, you have somebody with a barrow selling that. We prefer to buy from them because we believe they are fresher. This is just checking it. So one of the things we tried to do was to move them from looking at the lag measures of customer experience to the lead measures. What does a customer do before they make that decision? And how can we influence what they do before they make decision? Is ultimately helping them. But checking repurchase by customer is a critical measure that we check. How many times does that customer come through every month? And that leads you to customer lifetime value, etc. Depending on the industry, you can apply it in different way. In retail, it's different. In healthcare, where customer lifetime value is even much bigger, because healthcare is an infinite game. It's infinite. The better healthcare you have, the more healthcare you need. That's the thing about healthcare. But I noticed that they do not play the game of customer lifetime value. So that's what we're trying to work with them on. I'm also in healthcare partly because I own a health tech company. And I noticed that my team, they don't understand that if we deliver good service, they are going to buy more. Once you're healthy, you want to be healthier. That's natural. So we follow, first of all, the journey, and we focus a lot more on the lead measures. Lead measures are things we can influence. Lag measures are the outcomes of things we influence. That is the approach that we bring to it.
Thank you very much, Chidi.
Yeah, so for us, we also measure what you call the economic value in line with the emotional value of a product. How do customers perceive your product? What's the emotional value that they tie to it? So like you said, from the customer journey, most especially at onboarding, what is the onboarding experience looking like? How many drop-offs do you experience on a day-to-day basis? There's that data that comes in. I will try to look at it. Where do we have the most drop-offs and why? Is it at the point of asking customers to provide documentation? Is it when you're asking them to, check their BVN and things like that? So we look at that journey from onboarding to the first transaction to how things are done, and we're able to look at it and see where are the major dips coming from and what can we do to sort them out. When we began to do that, it gave us a lot of insights into who our customers were, what they wanted, what they believed in, how they wanted the product to look like. Instead of us just building a product and throwing it at them, we're able to see and get a lot of insights and use that insights to improve our customer journey. And then try to tie an emotional value to the product. Because when you tie that emotional value to the product, it becomes something that transcends just making a decision. a lot of consumers are emotional when they make that decision. And when you're able to tie that, the emotional value also translates into the economic value, and then that helps you to, make your business grow and earn profit. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. My next question is to Nelly, and this is targeted at frontline facing, customer-facing employees now. So as a frontline person, right, you interact with a lot of data, a lot of information, albeit structured or unstructured, right? And this can be a lot, and sometimes as frontline facing people, we almost do not know what to do with it, right? How can we channel all of that insight, all of that information we're getting on a daily basis, interacting with thousands and thousands of customers? How can we channel that to empowering our business and, of course, driving value for our businesses?
So I think the first things first would be to get the data,
Yes.
right, in its raw form, structured, unstructured. And to do that, you need to use a good CRM tool, even if it's inbuilt, a good tool, right? And then you get the data. It would be good to segment the data, drill down, take a look at those that are process affecting, those that are people affecting, and those that are tech affecting, right? And then with that information, you can now, since everyone in the organization basically is channeled towards the same goal, you come up with groups, cross-functional groups of people who would sit and address all of these issues. So with that kind of feedback, that's feedback, I keep saying, customer feedback is like gold. You take it, you mine it, to the greatest detail, and then you can come up with the most amazing products, the most amazing proposition for your customer when you put all that together. So the first step basically would be to ensure you even encourage them to gather the data. And then, because many times you find that some frontline people will say, oh, customers are always saying they didn't like the design of this, or they didn't like, and we told them, well, that's the design we use. Right? So no matter how insignificant the data is, the information is, it's to encourage it to come in and then to use it to create. It has to form part of your process and your product building for customers, and then product tweaking and managing how the product runs eventually. It's important that you get that data and work with it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Nelly. Now my next question is, I'd like to hear Chidi and Akin's perspective. So what kind of information or what kind of feedback would you like to get from frontline facing employees? And in what form would you like to get that data such that it informs you to make better decisions, it helps you to drive better value for your customers at the end of the day and going forward?
It's I typically advise organizations to be wary of personalizing data collection. Frontline employees are human beings. They can color the information that they get. We encourage companies to systematize it. That's critical in a way that it doesn't depend on who is receiving that. So you see, I think the presenter made a valid comment here that there's too much data within organizations, but we don't even know how to use it. So I buy avocado from a woman by Citibank in VI. She understands what I need. She understands I show up every Thursday morning, and she understands I buy 4 pieces only. And I buy 1 ripe one, 1 nearly ripe, 2 unripe. That's good, okay, you get that. But I go to big supermarkets and they claim they have my data. I have their loyalty card, they have everything. And every time I walk in there probably on Saturday morning, they don't have what I need, and I just walk away. And I speak to a lot of my friends. I speak to the owners at the store. I said, but you have my data. I'm going to buy. I said, no, they can't forecast. So thing about data is we need to be mindful that we can have too much data, that it means nothing. And data actually means nothing. Data is useless. It's insight that you need out of data. Insight is what you need. That's what you make decisions based upon, not data. Data on its own in raw form means nothing. One of the things I've seen with a lot of companies that they say we have so much data we don't know what to do with it. So it's about how do you mine the data that you have to pull insights and information from them. That's what we should focus upon. But depending on the front line to generate that is always difficult. Sometimes we do observatory studies. So you observe and see. That's why the senior people should be involved in the front line. So they are not reading information or data from anyone. They are feeling it, they are seeing it. You can make decisions quicker if you observe. I spend a lot of time in the trade just listening to wholesalers, retailers, because I do work for big manufacturing companies. And it's easy for me when I go out with the MD of a company or the sales director or marketing director or product director. We make decisions on what format the product should be, the price we should sell it. We make that decision sitting in Mission Road Market in Benin. We'll go to Onisha and make that decision in Kano. We don't have to go mining tons of data. We do have a lot of data, but data means nothing. Insight is what you need, or the information you pull out of the data. How do you work with the front line to understand that it's insight that we need? That's difficult. It takes a lot of training. You need to show them and make them understand that insight is what we call out of the data. And the fact that the information they pass into the office is going to be used to make strategic decisions. They have to be sure they don't color that information. But we tend to color a lot of those information. That's my perspective on that.
Yeah, so for us, we do like what we call periodic surveys, and we do it systematically with a lot of front-facing people, like you said, so that data is not colored, and it's very systematic that you're not able to just fill in anything, because it is progressive in the way each section is unfolded to you. So you might not know what's going to come up in the second section. Another thing is insights from maybe transaction data. When you look at an array of businesses and see how they, interact with you. For instance, you look at transaction data and you see that from Monday to Thursday, there's no transaction here, and the transactions come from Thursday to Sunday. It helps you know that this is a nightlife business or an hospitality business where the impact of their business is mostly between those periods, Thursdays and Sundays. You look at some wholesale business, maybe where you're trying to offer credit, you might not see transactions on a daily basis. It doesn't mean that that business is not a live business. You're looking at probably weekly transactions or monthly transactions to be able to take your decisions on those businesses. And there are people that will also give you day-to-day transactions on a day-to-day. The trickles come in because of the kind of businesses they are. So in most retail businesses, you get your accounts on a day-to-day basis, and you're able to use those kind of feedback, like you said. It's the insight from the data that you're able to use to make decisions. So basically, it is how systematic the data comes in to ensure that the human being that's collecting it does not have power in changing and tweaking things to their own belief or their own systems. People, when you talk to most especially salespeople and other front-facing people, they tell you that, no, this is what the consumer wants, this is what the customer wants, I know it. But when you sit down and you try to break it down systematically and tell them to fill this survey, at the end of the day, when you analyze the data, you see that, okay, I know that this is just what you feel in your mind. A part of it is correct, but it is not totally what we need to do. And in the past, when we've taken decisions based on emotions, we've seen that we've lost. And then when we do that, somebody comes to you and say, oh, I need this. I need this concession for this business. And I know that this is what's going to happen. You give the concession, and then one more down the line, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in Nido because you did not do a deep dive to understand what the real problem was. So I think being more systematic and also, following the processes in different industries, can help us better understand what the customer wants. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So there are a couple of questions from our participants, and I've seen this one quite a number of times that I don't think I'll ignore it anymore. So this one says, and I want to read it in their voice. 1 second, please. Okay. What can management do to make CX staff feel acknowledged and seen rather than feel like the maid? I don't know why this person feels this way, but I think we have a couple of questions like that in different formats. So I thought to just ask here, since we have senior members of
Rather than
a maid in their voice, in their words.
rather than a maid. So I think I would like to say that for the different types of organizations that you'd have much older organizations would have to go through the process of transformation to understand CX and to understand that it's really, many organizations have failed because they have failed to understand the impact of CX on their operations, on their business, and the impact of their customer-facing staff, right? Customer-facing teams. Now, for those kinds of organizations, because I want to believe that even new organizations today, for CX has been a thing in Nigeria, for instance, for over about 25 years, 25, 30 years, right? So I want to believe that organizations today understand to a large extent that their customer-facing teams are important to them. Now, for those who don't quite appreciate that, the role of their customer-facing teams, what they probably need, the customer-facing teams in those organizations have to, as much as possible, let executive management understand their role and how they are more or less advocating for the organization to the customer, the same way they advocate for the customer to the organization, right? They have to, as much as possible, craft their path in the organization, right? But then for management, it's really, really important to acknowledge your team, and it doesn't even need a lot of money to do so. So this is Customer Service Week. Simply telling them to do a video of themselves, saying hi to the customer, will go a long way to let them know that they're appreciated. So allow them to run sometimes, as much as possible. That way you're not killing their innovation, and that way they're able to think up ways to help customers, and they feel appreciated. So outside of money, I know money is important, but there are different little programs that can be done just to make these people feel much better about themselves. But CX staff, I'm very passionate about this. CX staff are not maids. No matter what anyone tries to make you think, right? You're not maids. You're the most important person in the organization.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've run out of time, but I'll ask this one question so I can get everybody's perspective and maybe their final word. So the question is, what advice would you give to leaders who are trying to elevate CX in their organizations where it is currently seen as a support function rather than a growth driver? Who wants to go first? I want to hear everybody's perspective. Akin, you want to go first?
So I think it's, like I mentioned earlier, it's a mindset shift, first of all. It's an organizational behavior that needs to be entrenched into everybody to know that, like I said, the economic value is tied to the emotional value of the product. For the CX team to feel that they're part of the organization and for everybody to feel that they're part of the CX team also. So everything has to be systematic and not just based on KPI, because I know that when things are just people's KPIs, they just tend to tick them and say, okay, customer service, maybe I need to take a few calls today because I'm in the product team. I jump there, I take a few calls, I take it. No. It has to come from within. How do we start to see ourselves and our products and our customers as part of us? And to know that without them, there's no business. There's nothing you're going to win at if you do not take this mind shift and instill it into everybody in the organization, and everybody can take it on as part of their own core duty today. I would liken it to financial services when an irate customer walks in. Sometimes top leadership could just go there and have a talk with that person and just calm the person down and help the person solve the problem. I've seen it happen in my organization very much. My CEO will come down and just speak to the customer directly and try to diffuse that tension. It gives everybody a sense of looking up to leadership and saying, if my boss could do this, then who am I? Who am I as a VP? Who am I as a director? Who am I as the team lead that I cannot stand up sometimes and do this and not just push it to the customer experience or the customer service team? So I think that is my own advice for business leaders.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the salient point, but the key thing is that every organization should have a clear CX strategy with clear initiatives to execute on an ongoing basis. That's critical. And one of the elements of that strategy or strategic initiative should be, do we have the right kind of people facing our customers? That's critical. You know, do we have the right people with the right background? Is it background? I will call that. Not everybody is given to be in front of a customer. But sometimes we can throw people into that role because there are no jobs. So that's the first thing. Have we cast right? Have we got the right people speaking? Do we have a clear framework for how we engage with our customers? That's critical. I think that strategy should embed that. But the more the company, I'll be surprised an organization that doesn't have a clear CX strategy. It's not complicated to build. That's the only way you can systematize it. It's easy. You know, okay, a bank, I have a major bank, we don't mention the name. I used to tell my account officer that I just love you, but I hate your bank. I say that all the time to her. You know, I love you, you're great, you shouldn't be here. I used to say that to her, you know, and I know people right at the top of that bank, you know. And one of the times I met one of the GMs, I said, do you guys have a clear strategy for engaging your customers? Is there? Because, you know, Ade is wonderful. She's a great person, but your bank is rubbish. You know, so, and I repeat that, you know, after a while I had to move. You know, I just moved away from that bank because organizations should have, it should be a strategy. It should be part and parcel of who we are. That's critical. It shouldn't be dependent on how the person at the front line feels, and it should be the right persons being in the right places. The other thing is that customer engagement takes a lot of background work. I'm mindful that companies do not make the guys guys and ladies who see the customer as if they are the company. No, the company should be customer-led or customer-facing, not individuals. Okay, so when you build a system around it, the organization gets customer-facing. So rather than individual, then you build the systems to be able to sustain the system that you set up. Thank you.
Okay, so to answer, I will speak to the struggling CX manager who is struggling to make his, to preach the gospel of CX in his organization. Basically, you would need to use data to show the cost of poor CX. So let executive management know that this is what is going on because we have not institutionalized CX yet. And this is where we could go if we do X, Y, Z. I mean, the data is abound. You can run your own surveys. You can use the KPMG survey to show. And that should help you embed CX in your organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guys, let's put our hands together for our panelists. Have we had a wonderful time so far? Did we answer your questions? The ones burning down inside? Are you sure? Okay, we didn't answer your question. Did we answer your questions? Awesome. So we've talked a lot today, but I think one thing I want you to take away from here, whether you're a business owner, a CX manager, a customer-facing employee, at the end of the day, we all work together, or we all are working together for the customer. So we all need to come together and say, how are we going to make lives better for our customers? How are we going to make these products we're offering, make their lives better? So it's not about we sitting in front of the customer, always developing the app at the back end, always writing one code, always thinking around the product and the services that we need to offer to customers. We are all working together to build a very great customer experience for our customers. So we have to work together, and we have to come together to build that, right? It's not one person's job. It's not the CX manager's job. It's not the CEO's job, it's all of us together building that great customer experience. Thank you for your time, everyone.
A round of applause for the panelists, everyone. Guys, I can't see you now. If you are not clapping, I'll call you out. A round of applause, everyone. Are we having a great time? Are we learning something? Okay, I need you guys to actually prove that you're learning. So I'm going to be calling on people. I want you guys to tell me what you've learned. I'm going to get 2 people from here. The questions might be different, who knows? But I need 2 people from here and 2 people from this side. I need 1 person, 2 people from here will tell me what they've learned so far. And then 2 people from here will tell me what's that one thing that they can apply right away when they go back to their, different places of work. Are we ready? Do we have volunteers? I'll choose you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And please raise your hand confidently now. Don't be shy. Okay, Mike?
Good day, everybody. My name is Echeme Robert. Good day, everybody. My name is Echeme Robert. I'm a law graduate. You might be wondering what I'm doing here. But really, I genuinely feel that even the lawyers should have, a feel of what goes on in the CX space and like what goes on in organizations. So, yeah. So far, I have learned that we're slowly transitioning from just selling products to people to selling experiences. And I've also learned that it's important for businesses to not only integrate this CX strategy in their businesses, but they should go beyond having it as like something they just tick off the box, like as a metric for employees to, follow through. But they should see CX as something that's very important to their business operations and actually try to optimize, CX.
Guys, us are not confident enough to actually talk about what we learned. Need you guys to really appreciate. Yes, one more person from this side.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much, our panelists. I took what stood out for me was that what am I going to do as a person to ensure that my have a wonderful us get in touch with us. And then what else? Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, the panelists. What I took out, or what stood out for me during the discussion was, what am I going to do to ensure that my customers have an amazing experience with us when they contact us? Because I work in the contact center of Nova Bank. And then what else, I took out that is everybody's business to ensure that customers are satisfied. So not just the bottom people. It trickles down from the top management to the bottom. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My question has changed, though, but you guys are still going to answer me. Thank you for raising your hands. Yeah. What's that one thing that you can take back to where you work and implement right away? Okay, I'll take 3 answers. So 2 ladies and 1 guy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Zubuko. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Zubuko. I used to run a fragrance retail brand, and now I am transitioning into product management. So how I see that I can implement this is, being a product manager, you have to be at the intersection of all of the teams. And I heard when the panelists spoke about how you have to create it was actually Mr. Wale, how you have to create employee experience, because really, you can't make the engineers be thinking about customers if you have not made it a culture. So when you make employee experience great, it is a really good way for you to be able to help them think about users, because, think about others in the way that you think of yourself, that kind of situation. And also using the data to build user-centered products. So that's how I believe, going forward in my journey as a product manager, I would also, be thinking about how I can build with user experience in mind constantly. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Chisom. I'm a customer success lead can take back is on how we managed data. One of the things I picked up is that it's possible to have a lot of data and you're not even getting anything from it. And also, there was something he mentioned about having the wrong people in customer-facing roles. And that really hit me as a CS lead, because sometimes I don't know why, I just believe some conversations should not be happening within a CS team, and that's currently happening. And the last thing that I picked up is how the CS strategy should flow top down and also from bottom up, like within the organizations. And I think I've worked with startups all my career, and I feel like in that environment, it's easier to bypass all the bureaucracy of, creating new experiences, even employee experiences, as she mentioned. So that really took me back. And something that Nelly mentioned about using your data to make a case for customer experience, that's something I'm going to drag in my Monday meeting. So yeah, thank you.
Alright, so good morning, everyone. My name is Tyrone. So I work with UB and their sales department. So, yeah, sales department. No, that's not where I want to be, but that's why I'm here, to learn more. I can see the laughter. I think people understand why I said that, so I won't go into that. But I've learned from, one thing that actually stood out for me was the point on insight. Try learning, not just pulling from data, because in terms of this CX, when you're developing one, I actually came online to that Slido app, and I saw when somebody asked a question and said, what do we need to learn? And do we need to learn data management? Do we need to learn how to pull all these things? And I think he answered that question when he mentioned the major thing that you need is insight. You can get lost in the data. You can get lost in so many things that you might feel is relevant to building that customer experience, but you actually just need to know how to pull that relevant data, and it's important that your front-facing team knows what is relevant to relay and what, how to get that relevance from it. So that was one important thing I learned. How am I going to apply it to where I work? Well, I think I've already been doing something like that already, starting up in that space. Recently, part of my colleagues that were there, I noticed there was a bit of learning gap, and I actually used a bit of data from what I understood to create an application that my colleagues use to learn about our bank's products and familiarize themselves with it and scale up. So it's something I've also taken on board in presenting that you have to also ensure employee, because I feel like that's another thing that we actually fail a lot in, is employee experience. When we talk about customer experience, we always talk about the external. Very few times we actually bring it to the internal, which are the employees themselves that are actually even creating that that customer experience for the external customers. So that's another thing I really picked up on, that you need to also ensure that your front-facing team, there's an organizational culture that builds up customer experience and shows that that's what we are trying to start, and that's how we're getting into the boardrooms. Then lastly, for using data to make your case, or using numbers to make your case, that's one thing in my stats of understanding customer experience has been the key. They always tell you that no matter what you want to present or how you want to present it, you have to present it with the data, with the numbers, show that yes, this is where this is where the action point or the touch point, this is where the gain is. And so that's something I've picked up, and that's something I'm going to take back, that whenever I'm trying to present something, I'm not just going to say, okay, I have an idea, let me just talk on it now. You have to actually go get your insights from the data, present it, and show your case to anyone higher up or anyone around you. That's one thing I've taken from here.
Thank you so much. Guys, I think we can clap a whole lot better. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to everyone who contributed, and thank you to the panelists. Something that we do at Cowrywise to make sure that customer experience is everybody's business is sometimes we do this thing where we have everybody on rotation. So engineers, product managers, data people who work in business teams, they're on rotation with the customer experience team, right? Such that they are attending to customers. So it's possible that maybe one time you've called Cowrywise and somebody from a different team picked up your call. You know what that did for us? It helped us to just, really make support everybody's business. We just imbibe that into the culture. So when an engineer is attending to a complaint, they know to fix that problem immediately. And it just helps the CX person save their time on more important issues, right? So a round of applause for yourselves. It shows me that you guys have actually learned something. We're moving right now to our second keynote address, which would touch largely on achieving the CX advantage. And to do that, to champion that right now would be Oremeyi Aka, who's Chief Customer Officer at InterSwitch Group. A round of applause, please. Oremeyi Aka. Did I pronounce that right? Thank you. Please hold on for your profile to be ready.
I was told to hold on.
Chief Customer Officer at InterSwitch Group, bringing over 2 decades of expertise in fintech and electronic payments. She leads customer success and operational excellence across 6 business lines in Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Germany, embedding customer-centric strategies that align with corporate values and drive measurable growth for both consumer and corporate clients. In her role, Oremeyi works closely with executive leadership to champion culture-driven transformation, ensuring seamless customer experiences while fostering strong employee engagement. By applying Lean Six Sigma principles and leveraging process automation, she has spearheaded initiatives that deliver significant operational efficiencies and cost reductions. Passionate about scaling fintech solutions in emerging markets, Oremeyi is dedicated to unlocking long-term value for customers and stakeholders while advancing the growth and impact of digital finance across Africa and beyond. Please welcome Oremeyi Aka.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to start by appreciating the management of Cowrywise. I'm happy to be here. I want to thank Eno for her persistence. As in, I did everything to say, Eno, I cannot make it from the main island to the mainland, and she wouldn't take no. With her upside-down picture, you cannot but notice her. Eno, thank you. And well done. Thank you, Razak. Thank you. I would like to start with a clip. So there's a LinkedIn video. Just watch. It's our customer experience, customer service week. Well, we call it customer service month, and that's a conversation for another day at InterSwitch. It's a customer service month video for last year. We'll see the one for last year. We'll see the one for this year later. Thank you. Please, can you play the LinkedIn? The LinkedIn link has a video. Awesome.
Inspiring Africa to greatness is our drive. That's why at InterSwitch, we will never stop challenging ourselves to go above and beyond to deliver innovative solutions that solve real problems. Be it a call for help, a need for support, or a spark of innovation, we are always on the move.
We understand that behind every phone call, every case is a human being, and we take it personal because we are in this together with you, our customers.
So we're always here to ensure you feel supported at every step.
At engineering, we are conscious of the importance to build the right and working solution on time, the first time. This will continue to be our driving force.
Maintaining composure. Scratch that. Maintaining stability from the back end to the front lines to keep your lifestyle and business running smoothly.
With a chook eye for every detail, we handle the numbers so others can focus on what matters most. You and your business.
We make sure every move is compliant and secure. It's called doing the right thing the first time and all the time.
We tell the stories that connect Africa to the brands, products, and solutions that you trust.
We understand that there can be no good customer experience without the right employee experience. And that's why we take care of our employees so that they can take care of you, our customers.
We remain charged to do the right thing on time, the first time. Customer success is for everyone. It's for every team, every day, every dream, and every person to go above and beyond because we are in this together. Happy Customer Service Week. Inspiring.
That was our video for last year, Above and Beyond. I have some slides. Hello, can you put up my slides? Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing, responsive. I'll wait for the slides to come up. Can I control? Oh, awesome. I can control them. All right. So let me just make sure the clicker is working. All right. Two roads diverged into the woods, and I took the one less traveled, and that has made all the difference. That is a quote from a very, well, depending on what you read, a poem, popular poem, written by Robert Frost. It's about decisions. Life is about choices. I remember in 1995, when I finished WAEC, I wanted to play tennis. I got a tennis racket from my uncle, and I started going for practice every day. And there was a particular day I went on the court, and everybody playing knew what they were doing. And that day, I couldn't return one serve. I couldn't return one ball. And then someone looked at me on the court, and he said, "You can't even play. What are you doing here?" And that was the last day I picked up a tennis racket. It wasn't a wise choice. By the way, my son plays tennis, and he plays in competitions today. But when I reflect, I took the road more people traveled in that situation, and I gave up. I stopped playing tennis. I never touched a racket. 30 years now, I have not touched a racket. In 2002, I graduated from Uniben. I studied electrical electronics engineering. Are there engineers in the house? Thank you. I studied electrical electronics engineering. I graduated from Uniben, and I decided I wanted to take the road less traveled. I didn't want to go into the oil industry because that was what everybody does when you graduate. So I went into what I didn't even know. Today, we call it fintech. Then, we just called it solution and service delivery because there were no buzzwords. And that journey, that choice, that decision has sustained me, and I'm still there today. So I joined InterSwitch 23 years ago as the first staff, and I'm still there today. Over the years, it wasn't called customer experience. I was an engineer. I joined as an implementation engineer, building out networks, running cables, trying to get one bank to speak to another bank just so you could get an ATM transaction through. We had to sit with banks to tell them this is how you configure and design a card. We had to use PowerPoint to design cards for the biggest banks. We didn't call it customer experience. We called it doing your job well. We called it doing what is needed to get your job through. And I learned that at the workplace, all the things I didn't put up with at the tennis court, perseverance, crying when sometimes it just doesn't work out. I remember there was a day I was locked up in the comms room of a bank because they said until the ATM is up, I'm not leaving. So they locked the door. And I was there for like 6 hours. I cried that day. Eventually at 8 o'clock, they let me out. We eventually got it working the next week, but I'll never forget that day. So being able to deal with failure, persistence, focus, those were the things I've learned in my 23 years working. Those were things I didn't put up with at the tennis court. So in other words, when we think of life, it's not really life that defines us. It is the choices we make at the junctures we come to. It is the roads we take. It is the choices we live with and the ones we do not put up with that actually determine life. The customer experience advantage. Well, let's talk about the word advantage. What is an advantage? It's a lift. I have an advantage over you because I'm higher than you. So if someone was playing a game, I will probably see better because I have an advantage right now on this stage, height-wise. So an advantage is that which lifts. But then there's a paradox. We do not lift by lifting ourselves. We lift by lifting others. And that is the core of dignified service. So when we talk about customer experience, is there really a customer experience team? Or is work? When you wake up in the morning, are we not supposed to say, how can I make life better for somebody else? How can I lift another person? Because I know when I lift another, I am lifting me. That is service. That is what work is about. But really, that is what life is about. So while we have coined it customer experience in the corporate world, it really is life, choices. And the best way to move ahead is the fact that you lift yourself by lifting others. I cannot help but talk about Africa. I'm passionate about Africa. Well, obviously, I'm African. But let's think of Africa. Everybody thinks the problems are there because maybe some people have even made it spiritual. We are cursed, whatever, too much blood on our soil. You know, we have so many problems. I heard yesterday the president of Cameroon, who is 92 years old, could not make it to a function because of ill health. That should be a reason to resign. But instead, he sent a statue of himself. Ridiculous, right? But when you hear those things, what comes to your mind? If advantage is what lifts us, what's Africa's advantage? What's your advantage? Let's think of Africa. We have more people, but yet we have less ready talent. We have more companies, but very few of them can actually transcend from generation to generation. We have so much ambition, but yet we have very little alignment. We have so much potential, but yet we find ourselves in a maze of confusion. Should I japa? Should I not japa? Where is this coming from? Where can the advantage fit in? Can we build businesses? Can we build lives? Can we build solutions where service is not an afterthought, but it is embedded in our OS, in our operating system, where you rise up and say, what can I add? What value can I bring to the table? I believe that is the challenge before all of us today. So why we call it a CX week or a CX day, or we call ourselves CX babies, that's great, and that's true. But I want you to understand, CX is not about a corporate lingo. It is life because it is service. The greatest teacher that ever lived said, you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's the second most important commandment. So he taught us, and I believe him. Somewhere along the way, CX has become wrapped into this corporate lingo. We've said that today. But as I've said before, it's not a role, it's not a department. The video I shared, we're trying to pass across that story, that from legal to products to the front desk to the back end, we are all responsible for the service that comes out. So CX is not a slogan, it is not a dashboard, it is not a logo. CX is our character. It is what we must bring to the table. CX is how you treat people, how you treat your colleague that sits beside you, that may not know as much as you do, but needs your help. CX is how you treat that engineer who is a naive copper and you lock her up in the comms room until your ATM starts working or not. Yeah. CX is how you, as the C-suite person, can be humble enough to sit at the front desk, just to listen to the customers. So it's not a role or a department. It is the character that we portray. It's how we treat our people, our customers, or our employees. I often say that our customers do not experience our intentions or our strategy. They experience what our systems deliver. They experience what we do. So no matter how nice and beautiful our logos are, customer experience is the service that we deliver first to your colleagues sitting beside you and then to your customers that are outside. So if your system is slow, is defensive, if your system is groggy and fragmented, that is what your customer experience is. And that is why customer experience is much more than a corporate function. It is actually our moral assignment. It's a moral assignment if we must rise up to create value first within ourselves, within our environments, within our companies, and then for Africa, and then for the world. So what therefore is the real CX manifesto? And I believe this is what it is. Treat others as you would like to be treated. Love your neighbor as you will love yourself. If that app is slow, would you like it? That is the CX manifesto. You don't need a complex strategy. I love what the speaker from LBS said. I'm sorry I forgot his name. He said, CX strategy is easy. What do you want them to feel? That is it. That is our manifesto. So as we are gathered here today, I hope and pray that we will live here and we will throw off the shackles of policies, of bureaucracy, of pain, and of long approvals. And we will wear the cloak of humility to serve. We will wear the ability to calm down and see things from the eyes of others. And that is what empathy is. That is what real service is. That is what will deliver the real advantage. I'll end with 3 hard truths. My mom will be upset about that. She's an English expert. 3 hard truths, not truth. Number 1, nobody is coming to save you. And I like saying this because, there's this victim mentality that we carry around. Oh, how will the people at CX be better appreciated? It's a good question. But you know what? When value is manifested, it cannot hide. I always say, and I believe, that bias, no matter what the bias is, either bias for a role, gender, a tribe, bias bows in the face of competence. It may not bow immediately, but it will bow eventually. I believe that. So if we must raise the standard of customer experience, it must start with you. Nobody is coming to save you. There is no magic policy. There is no perfect technology. Get this one. There is no AI tool that will solve all the CX problems overnight. I wish there was, but there is none. We have sat with the best consultants. We have crafted the most watertight customer experience strategy. But every time I wake up on a Monday, the question remains, Oremeyi, what are you going to do? Because that choice on a daily basis is the real answer to the problem. So there is no magic elixir. It begins with culture. It will grow through persistence because it will take a lot to change any culture. That's natural. But it will grow through persistence and it will thrive when leaders are no more outsourcing accountability, but are standing up for it. At InterSwitch, we learned it the hard way. And you know why we had to learn the hard way? Because we were in fact, we were the first when it came to a lot of things. There was nobody, we didn't even know what is the structure? What should the structure of a payment company? I remember the first time we said we were going to do real-time payment, real-time transfers. Someone said that it can never happen. So how do you build an operations around something that people say is impossible? So you can imagine how we had to learn while wading through the murky middle of product testing, of ambiguity, and of haziness. It was difficult, and we are still learning. We are still understanding that there is no shortcut through the middle, that you must roll up your sleeves, you must raise up your jeans, and you must go through the silos, the bureaucracy, and the legacy processes. You must fight for clarity, for collaboration, and you must have the courage to stick it through. We learned that. And we understood that the victim game, I understand it, and I'm hoping we all do. The victim game is over. Fixing customer experience, fixing service is for all of us to do. The second truth, customer experience must come from the outside in. It is not a separate function. It is an ethos. It is a mindset. The engineers must pick it up. The people at the front desk must have it. Your cleaners, your drivers, someone mentioned that today, amazing. They must imbibe it. Your management must be governed by it, because that is when the story is complete. If you have customer experience as a separate function, your story is already broken. The experience is already broken. So no more hands-offs, no more excuses. End-to-end alignment. That is what customer experience means when it is inside. A culture where empathy is embedded. Empathy starting with your colleague. I always emphasize, it starts with the internal customer. Starting with your colleague and then going outside. A system where people act as though the customer is sitting right beside them, because the truth is that they are. And we must understand that we cannot deliver a seamless customer experience if we have a fragmented corporate operating model. The final truth, and this one I love, service is not easy. It's easier to be selfish. It's easier to think of your own KPI. It's easier to say, will I get promoted? It's people talk of a thankless job. And I always say, who are you waiting to thank you? The greatest thank you is the thank you from your soul, the thank you from your spirit, the thank you get when you go home at night. For ladies, you remove your wig. Some of you, or us, you remove your eyelashes. You sit down, you are alone, and you think through your day's job, and you can smile. That is the best thank you. So CX is hard, because putting people first is hard. Human beings are born selfish. You must understand. We are born selfish, but we learn to shed it off as we mature. So it's hard because you have to put someone else in your priority space. But not only is it hard, it is also sacred. It is sacred work to serve. Again, the greatest teacher said, if you want to be great, you must learn to serve. You must learn to be the servant. I remember when we started InterSwitch, we didn't even understand valuation. We didn't even know what it's called. We didn't know that somebody could buy your business, that you can have a valuation. We just wanted to solve a problem. So I remember when the first time private equity approached us, this was like 10 years later, and they said, we have valued your business. And we said, we have value. We didn't know. We're just coming to work and doing it because we love it. And we still love it till today. And we are working to get better. We've not always gotten it right. Oh no, we've let the industry down a number of times, and we know. But we've also done some very courageous things. So because at its best, CX will give you what no other thing can give you. That is the honor of meaning, the honor of lifting others. Because as you lift others, as I said before, you yourself is lifted. So I will end with this. Who is going to do it? If not me, who? It is for us to do. Again, I remember the quote I said at the beginning. I was in the woods, and the road diverged into two different ways. And I made up my mind to choose the path less traveled. And that made all the difference. If we are going to gain the CX advantage, we must make up our minds, not just in a strategy session, not just in a meeting like this, but on a daily basis, to take the road less traveled, because that is what is going to give us the advantage and make all the difference. Thank you very much. I have one more video, and it is our video for this year. It's the first, we have a 5-part video. I'm not going to bore you with that. But let's go through, it's a short one. The video is about a minute or a minute and a half. Do you have the second video, please? And just saying your advantage, because even my team, or just the full InterSwitch team have not seen this yet, but I thought to give you guys this advantage, right? All right, so let's watch it.
Welcome to the Landing Zone Arena, where today's high-stake clash features none other than your favorite superstars, Switch United and Traps FC. And yes, we'll be friendly match, and for customer prosperity they play. City work, strategy don't launch the vision, HR they build capacity, marketing they carry and go front, awareness they flow, sales try a one-time finish. Oh no! Feedback don't block out, operations recovers the ball, adjust delivery to engineering, engineering upgrades the play, passes back to sales, sales attempts to score, it's a goal! Now wait till unite all of us with that, don't be just tactics, now vision. We are in this together with our customers, delivering every interaction with speed, accuracy, and integrity. On time, the first time. Because for Switch United, the real victory not be see them score, now say the customer succeed. This season on Switch United, we go show you how every pass, every plan, and every person they play for customer.
She sent me back.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Remy. Guys, are we learning something? Our online audience, I hope you're not left out. Drop a comment, drop a reaction, tell us what you've learned so far. And yeah, we can proceed. We're just going to have like a short Q&A. So if you had questions for Remy and maybe Mr. Wale at some point, now would be a great time. I will be picking around 2 to 3 people to ask their questions. So yeah, have them down. And Mr. Wale Abioye, please, if you would please come up stage, yes. Can we get 2 mics, please? Okay. Questions? I'll pick Chisom. I'll take another. Any other person? A young man at the back with the green cap. And yeah, I see you. Yes, you as well. Okay, we'll be starting right about now. I have a question. Okay. Yeah, I have a question. And it's for Mr. Wale, actually. When you were speaking, you said something around matching employee experience with customer experience. That was my biggest takeaway. I really want you to just do some deep dive into that. How do you actually match customer experience with employee experience? And I'm asking because I've had a series of examples in my own life. particularly with internet services. There was a time I used an internet service that was so bad I had to go into their office, and the person attending to me said that, just use another internet. Yeah. And from that moment on, the modem is still actually in my drawer somewhere in the house. And I keep getting emails, but every time that email comes back, I just remember what that guy said. Just go to, let me advise you, choose another internet. Yeah. How do you actually make that work?
Okay, so very interesting example. Well, I think the reality is that your employees or your people ultimately drive what customers experience. So the journeys of employees ultimately inform their own behaviors as well. And I'll give you a practical example. I worked with an institution, and we were looking at account opening for customers. Now, typically banks will promise that you can open an account maybe on the same day or 2 days after. Now, this was many years ago. Now, when we go into it, what we found was that customers were having a poor time. But by the time we started talking to the people opening the accounts, what they told us, or what we saw, was that to open an account, the employee had to go through about 15 different screens to open an account for a customer. Now, that meant that that individual obviously was frustrated, having to go through different websites, windows, and all of that before opening the account. So there's no way you promise a customer that you're going to deliver very well, and then the people who are doing the job are having a hard time. Now, you can extend that to many other areas, whether in terms of compensation, in terms of welfare, the culture. If the organization has a toxic environment, people don't feel motivated to come to work. Obviously, when they interact with customers as well, they get upset, they get annoyed. We've seen instances where customer-facing people flare up at customers as well. So you can almost tie the day-to-day experiences of employees to what the customers ultimately get. So what you do is that as you focus on improving the customer experience, you're digitizing, creating your mobile apps for your customers, then you should create apps for your employees as well. So if you have relationship managers, if you have salespeople, there's no point your RM or your salesperson going to meet a customer. The customer has a nice app, but the salesperson is blindsided. They don't have any information about who they are selling to. So as you digitize the customer experience, digitize the employee experience as well. So that's what I meant by saying try to match your employee experience to the same thing or the same level you're offering your customers.
Yeah, thank you. And let me just add to that. So when I was head of operations, this was about 5 years ago, we have, you will notice a lot of, in operations and support, you have a lot of women. And then start getting married, yay. And then start getting pregnant, ooh. And then you find out that you have a team, solid hands. 4 people are pregnant. They have babies. And then I don't want, there's that issue of first-time mother, nanny, wahala. So you find out that they are coming to work, they are stressed, they are harassed, or they just resign. People were resigning. So we then looked internally and said, what can we do? Long and short, we did 2 things. One, we found a crèche in VI because we said we cannot go and do crèche. Before you do health, bring a nurse. So we found a crèche, a licensed crèche, and we subscribe so you can bring your baby. So first of all, you have your 3 months maternity. We down extended it 1 month extra with your regular annual leave. So you have 4 months. Then you can work remotely for 3 months. So 7 months. Then you can put your baby in the crèche till 18. And when you resume, you have 10 marks uplift on your appraisal if you had a baby. Please clap for us, we tried. What did we see? One, a crash in resignation. And the truth is, it takes patience to do that because you are waiting for the staff going through that period. But when they come back, they are committed, And it tells such a strong story. So really, that issue of employee experience cannot be grunky and dodgy. And then you are preaching, we are leaders, we are These days, people don't have time for stories. Authenticity is what works, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer. Chisom, again, introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hi everyone, again, my name is Chisom Olusoya. I lead the customer success team at PLS. Mr. Rome, your session was really encouraging for me, especially with the current challenges I have. So where I work right now, one of our major products provisions core banking for banks, right? So we decided to take this on as a company because legacy platforms like Temenos and Finacle, all of that, do not cater to certain things that we need in the African market. So I could relate to a lot of things you were saying about starting at InterSwitch and navigating new waters with the bank, right? But I'm also big on the idea that I can learn from people who have gone way ahead, like you, 23 years, and not have to make mistakes or take that length of time to achieve the same results, right? So what would you say for a company in this climb, for instance, getting to the CX experience that InterSwitch has built over the years? Like, it's a similar industry. So what would you say we can take in this, climb to do better and achieve better than our legacy systems? I'm not sure if my question is clear enough. Okay.
I hear your question being, hey, you guys have suffered. We don't want to suffer like you. Just give us expo, Abi. That's all right. So what will I say? One, you know what you want to do. So now you have those funky things, customer journey mapping, data. All those things do not exist. You know, we underestimate the speed of change that technology has brought upon us. When I tell people I wrote my final year project, there was no internet. I'm not 75 years old. I'm only 47. It was 2002. I had to go to Port Harcourt Shell to access the internet because my cousin worked in Shell. So this was just how many years ago? But today the internet is on your phone, right? But I'm just saying now you have access to so much. So what will I say to you? You leverage what is available. One, define in very simple terms. This is what we want. So you said core banking as a service. So I'm sure there are smaller institutions. You are definitely not doing it for the fugas, right? You are doing it for the small institutions that are trying to get core banking. They cannot afford their own, so they're outsourcing to you. So you will say in very simple terms, what kind of daily life, let me not use the word experience, it looks too funky. What kind of daily life do I want these people to have? Go and meet them. When you come to work in the morning, what do you do? Oh, we would like to log in. We would like the login to work, basically. We would like to see all our accounts. We would like to see the ones that are in debit, those things, you'll be noting it. It's not complex. Those things are probably already built into your system. You then go back and match what they said with what you have. You tick, 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 tick. Oh, we have it, this one, we didn't think of it. Or maybe they'll say, we want to be able to log in, but before we can log in the morning, we want our MD or the head of risk to be the one to open the system. So people don't just come to work in the morning and commit fraud. So you now say, we didn't know that one. You now put it and say, how long will it take to do? 2 months, 3 months, you go and tell them. So these ones we have, this one we don't have. This one we can have it in 2 months. Can you wait? We cannot wait. Hey, they shout. Say, oh, no vex. Okay, come back engineering. Oh yeah, 2 weeks. We can do it in 2 weeks. You can see the back and forth. But that's why we said CX is not easy. Why? Because it is service. A shortcut would be to say, look, take it or leave it. That's how the software is. Which is selfish, which is okay, because sometimes people will still pay you because they don't have choice. But for how long, right? So, Chisom, in other words, you can start by doing a very simple, what kind of experience, what kind of life do I want to deliver for these people? Map it out. Because you are just starting, bring everybody together, like we said. Engineering is there, product is there, HR is there, And if you do that simple one, then the next stage will be doing it on more complex level. But I will tell you that just doing that very simple thing will allow you define what the product is, what the product is not, what kind of people should you have on the front line, at the back, what kind of service should be interlinked so that the frontline people are not frustrated. And at the end of the day, you will find it going smoothly. Then you layer on top of it nice slides. Oh, these are our pillars of culture. In InterSwitch, we say we are in this together. You heard that a lot in the video. We're in this together on time, first time. That's what we say, right? You lay all those nice lingo on top. But inside, what you mean is that you are conscious to deliver for the customer real value on a daily basis. I hope that helps. All right? All right, thank you. KPMG will give you more sophisticated answers. Hallelujah.
Do you want me to answer?
You're glad.
So because you're talking about core banking, I think the additional value you can add is the fact that core banking implementations typically they're associated with challenges for customers. They're associated with change management problems. So what you can also do for your clients is bring some of the learnings you have around change management, preempting some of the issues that you have when you're going live, when you're having the cutovers, and preparing them very well in advance. Sometimes that there may be failures, also helping clients understand what might happen if there's crisis, if something goes wrong. So have those playbooks so that you're not offering just the technology, but you're offering the entire experience around implementation. So I think if you're able to do that, maybe then you can differentiate yourself. So you're not just seeing yourself as a technology provider, but like she said, what's the eventual outcome for the internal stakeholders, for their customers as well, even for some of their board members, because when you do core banking implementation and something goes wrong, they're going to call your CEO, they'll call your chairman, they'll call everybody and say, what's happening? So by helping your clients preempt those types of situations and upfront planning with them, how you're going to go from all the development to going live and post-go live, having your crisis or your war rooms, having that as part of your playbook for implementation, I think can help you as well.
Thank you. Chisom, I hope that answered your question. Okay, next question, please. To save time, tell us your name, what you do, and who your question is for.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John. I'm a senior customer and payments rep at Pressmeet. My question is directed to Oremei. I'm sorry if I didn't get Oremei. Sorry if I didn't get that well. So I'm asking this on a more personal. How did you cope with the pressure that comes with staying in the same workplace for so long, especially during moments when others were leaving for better opportunities? How did you manage those phases where you felt undervalued or overlooked by the management, yet still found the motivation to keep showing up and giving your best? I am asking because we are in an era where, early little pressures now, you see colleagues leaving. I want to ask, because I believe most of us also want to know this, how do you handle that pressure? Because there's no way or at some point where you didn't feel undervalued by the management.
All right, awesome. So to just say, I recently released my book, 2 Decades and a Dream, which is my career story. I have a copy, and I'm going to give you a complimentary copy because I answered that question in the book. But I'll answer. And you're right. So again, I joined fresh out of school, zealous and all that. And then many shockers came along the way. One, then we did all these things like founder, it wasn't funky, you get. We didn't wear black t-shirt and take picture and put it on Instagram. There was no Instagram. We're just working. And then there were days when, yes, you felt passed over. So I remember, in the course of this, I got married to my best friend. I love him so much. I had my first son, I had my second son, I remember my first child was the first time ever an InterSwitch staff went on maternity leave. My son is 19 yet now, so HR was confused. What do we do? What's maternity leave? How do you, it was such a drama, But so there were times when, because it was a new company, it was forming, there were a lot of stumbles. Then I remember there was a time I just got tired. And I told my husband, I'm going to resign. And he said, instead of resigning, why not take a break and reflect? So I went for a master's. Long and short, I did my MBA in Cambridge. And how I got there, I paid the school fees, big school fees with loan. It's a different story. I wrote that in the book. But when I finished, I had choices. Again, every day there is a choice. I had an offer. Then Google was coming into Nigeria. I had offers from one of the big telcos, and they were saying ridiculous things like, what do you earn at InterSwitch? ×3. We'll start from there. We'll start from ×3. Like, you can negotiate from ×3. Like, how do you turn that down? This is where I say moral compass is very important. On a daily basis, I want to wake up. There are things that matter to me when I wake up. And at that time, yes, bank account is good. Bank account balance is good. But there are things that matter more. And I'm not saying money doesn't matter. Whoever said that is a liar. It's true. It's not, money matters. But I was able to, I had to ask myself, because I was so confused when I came back from my MBA. Offers. And I said, what? And of course, there was the interswitch, come back to work. And I asked myself questions. Orime, what matters to you? In 3 years, when you reflect, what do you want to be doing? And I made a choice. Of course, the choice was to go back. My mother was convinced they had jujued me. My friend said, a friend of mine called me, said, the stronghold there, I will break it. It is a stronghold upon your life. You are released, everything. People felt I was ridiculous. That wasn't wise. But today, no regret. Now, was it always easy? No. When I was head of operations, there was a time I used to wake up at 2 a.m. That was my wake-up time. Because if I dare wake up at 6, I cannot meet up. Like, that 2 a.m., I start with my emails, 400 emails a day. I will start. And I used to answer everyone because of the way work was. My blood pressure never went up, thank God, but I was stressed. It wasn't fun. So what kept me is that inner compass. That is where work must be more than the external company. Because no matter how much you are paid, there are days you are going to be alone. It's not about what job you earn. It's not about your bank account. It's not about your share value, the shares you have, which are important. They are good. But there are places those things can get to. This thing called purpose is very important. This thing called moral compass is very critical. And you know, we call it work. But do you know that it is life? Because we go there more time. Your wake hours are spent doing that thing you called work. So is it really work? Or is life? That is why you must never negotiate your job on the table of money alone. Because that is your life. So when you are taking a job, listen, that is your life you are putting there. So you must make sure you did it right. And God will help you. Because I know there's pressure. All right.
Amazing. Did that answer your question? Great. And for our final question, please let us know your name, what you do, and yeah.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Sheya Depoju, and I work in a global logistics firm. So my question is directly to Oremi. I love the way you simplified CX. Like, it's not a team, it's not a department, it's a lifestyle in every organization. So I want to ask, in such a way, we've been mentioning systemizing CX or services all since morning, like let us have a systemized way of doing things. So in an organization where service is highly systemized, how can a junior staff or a young employee thrive, in expressing your customer service values in order to develop yourself and to develop the organization and not going against the organization? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our founder, my boss, Mitchell used to work in Schlumberger. And he said one of the things they tell you in Schlumberger when you resume, they tell you, don't innovate. We did not beg you. Just do the work. Because we are in the oil industry. By the time you say, I want to innovate the way we are pumping this oil now, you will now blow up the oil rig and everybody is dead. So please don't innovate. We don't beg. One of their core values is don't innovate. And before I say, I can never. When you are dealing with 2 trillion naira worth of transactions flying through on a per second basis, my dear, there are some levels where you say, don't innovate. Just collect the work, they do and they go. No, we beg so that we can be alive for tomorrow. So a junior staff, of course, in that kind of, everything is documented, you must do it like this. 2 things I will say. A company that is going somewhere understands value. And I said a company that is going somewhere, the right ethos, there's no perfect company. It doesn't exist, never. but at least a company that tries to put in the real core of service. So when I heard that Cowrywise had gone from 500 to over 1 million users, that's solid. Please give a round of applause to yourselves. That's amazing. I didn't even know. What a company that is going somewhere is a company that is genuine about growth and sustainable growth. When you are a junior staff, they know the kind of junior staff they need. So if your work may be carry the paper from here, drop it here, do it diligently. He that is faithful in little is faithful in much. One day will come when they will look at you. You have been carrying the paper up and down, and they will now, a company that is going somewhere has promotion processes. They will look at who has been carrying the paper very well. Your name should come up. They will now say, now we don't want you to just carry the paper. We need someone that will carry the file. Because you were carrying the paper very well, instead of complaining that in this company, all I do is carry paper, they don't even allow me to innovate on the paper. I just carry the paper. Because you were complaining, you did not carry the paper well. When they are looking for who will carry the file, your name did not show. So you will stop carrying the paper one day. You will carry the file. And from carrying the file, you will get to a stage where they can trust you to innovate. So what I'm trying to say is sometimes we are impatient. Someone talked about impatience. That's how did I stay 23 years? I didn't resign. You know that thing, I want to resign. The way people resign now, I say, one day I just say, I want to write resignation letter in my life. I miss it. I've never done it. One day I will do it. What I'm saying is you need to be patient with the process. You may not be able to innovate and all that or do dynamic things at a level, but there's a reason. When you walk through that process, and if you maintain that mindset of value, there are also opportunities. You may not be in your job. You can go up to your boss and say, Ma or Sa or Fred or John, depending on how you relate. Say, I know that this is not but I've seen that in this department, there is this thing that maybe if we start doing it like this, it can make work better. And again, hopefully you have reasonable bosses. So I'm talking of an environment that is healthy, not perfect, but healthy, where you can give feedback. Someone will listen to you. And your ideas may go out. We have junior staff that brought out amazing products, not even in their department, but they saw a need and they spoke about it. And someone picked it up, tried it, it worked. And, so I hope I've tried to answer that you should be patient, go through that process. In a healthy system, you will not be there forever. Now, someone will say, what if it's not a healthy system? And I will end with this. If you are doing your work well, you are building value for yourself. Because remember, when you are serving others, you are serving you. Your value cannot hide. Companies will look for you. They will have you not noticed why it's good staff? Have you noticed bad staff don't resign? Nobody wants. They don't even jackpot. I wonder. But it's the good staff that you are looking for how to keep. Why? Value doesn't hide. So if you build that value into you, even your company doesn't see your value will show. I hope that helps. I hope it helps. Yeah, I tried, I think.
Thank you so much, Wale and Orime. You can take your seats. Guys, I appreciate them.
She said we can go.
Yeah. And you look amazing for 57. Continue now. Why are you stopping? I'm just going to check something real quick. After walking, Kiloku. That's my people on the left. Yeah. It's time to eat. Item 7, guys. It's time to eat. I hope we've had an amazing time so far. I hope we're learning. I hope we're taking some things that we're going to go back to our companies and implement. And, to just be better people. While the photo ops is going on, I'm just going to let us know how lunch is going to go. To your left and right, you have some chairs set up for you already. Now, we know that those chairs might not take everyone. So if you go there and you notice that there's no space for you, you can just come back to your seat and we'll have food for you. If you're a VIP, there'll be somebody right there on the aisle wearing the face cap to take you to where you would eat if you're a VIP. Now, how would you know if you're a VIP? Just check your tags. Does it say VIP? If it does, follow my young man on the face cap. For other people, just go to the left and right, and if you don't find any seats, you can keep it orderly, be on your seat, and you will eat. I promise you. And if you don't eat, I will ask. Trust me. Right? Okay, yeah, we can all stand up now and, in an orderly manner to get our meals. You don't want to eat chauffeur spaghetti. Oh, like it's spicy. You better eat. Emi ti fẹ́ lọ jẹun. Please follow Bemi. Bemi is the young man on the face cap. Bemi, maybe you want to come to the front so they see you.
right now.
hope everyone has gotten food. Have we all gotten food? Is there anyone at all who has not gotten something to eat? Okay. Did we enjoy lunch? Oh, you guys have eaten now. Did we enjoy lunch? Who wants an extra plate? Sorry, I asked that. Okay, please, if you're outside, you're in the restrooms or you're upstairs, kindly come outside. We're about to kick off. Has anybody made any friends today? Has anyone met anyone new today? Who said yes? No, not you, no. Who else said yes? Do you want to tell us who you met? Come and talk about her. Guys, please give her a round of applause. You know, in events like this, it's always very, very good when you meet people and you don't just go back home with the same people you came with. Don't be shy. Tell us your name, tell us what you do, and tell us who you met.
My name is Omolola. I work with Morning Point as a customer success analyst. And I met Favor She's a virtual assistant.
Thank you. Okay, right about now, we're about to sell our market. Because, I mean, this event is organized by Cowrywise. If we don't sell our market, what will we do again? Guys, are you with me? Our online audience, are you with me? Drop a comment, leave a reaction. If you're back, I hope you've eaten as well. Okay, to talk to us about the wonderful and amazing products that you have been using and enjoying. Anyway, first of all, how many of us are here and we don't have Cowrywise accounts? Don't worry, we won't beat you, I promise. So everybody's a Cowrywise customer? You guys don't sound like it. Are we all Cowrywise customers? What products do you use? Go ahead now. Savings? Investments? Who else? Circles. Okay. Who else? All right, a round of applause for yourselves. And, just in case there are some other products that you've not heard about, or maybe there's something that you don't know about the products that you currently use, we're going to have our portfolio manager at Cowrywise come and talk to you about them. It's usually very great when somebody from the business team is coming to talk to you about the kind of thing that we do at Cowrywise. Not always an engineer, a CX person, a product manager, somebody who actually manages your investment. Isn't that amazing? Please clap your hands or, a round of applause as we welcome Omowonu Olatunde Bello to talk about Cowrywise.
Thank you. So I think, let me first clear up a conception. So this is not a sales pitch. And this is not a marketing speech, I guess. So the first female keynote speaker said something very profound. And she said, value speaks for itself. And I think we've seen that in our growth. If customers, so I've learned not to use users now, thank God, because I was just about to say users. So if customers see the value that you're bringing to them, it has like a self-fulfilling prophecy. They will keep on coming back. So what this is really is to kind of point out to you the values that are embedded in the products that we roll out, pretty much. And so when you see a Cowrywise product, you know that there's some philosophy behind that product. And, all our products, I will start to talk about them, whether it's Cowrywise Kids, Nest, Stocks, and Sprouts. It's really just a piece of that philosophy in motion. So let's get to it. So at Cowrywise, we really do not see investing as a one-time thing or, a one-time act. We see it as a journey of growth. So, obviously in life we're growing, we have different stages in life. And our philosophy really is very simple. Everyone deserves a very structured path to wealth. Whether you're a Lapo baby or you're a Nepo baby, it doesn't really matter. We all should aspire to live in abundance, right? And that's where, that's one of the ideas or the founding principles of our product. So we start where every journey should start, with children. So I was trying to remember when I was told to speak about this, when did I really understand what the concept of inflation was? If you asked me, Wanu, at what point in time did you really understand what inflation meant? I'll probably say it was when we were doing economics in SS2 or SS3. I'm from a non-finance background. I studied philosophy at the only university in Nigeria. Argue with yourselves, the University of Ibadan. Thank you. So it was really very difficult to, bridge that gap between finance and philosophy when I started. But imagine a world where a 10-year-old is explaining inflation better than most people in the boardroom. And that's what we're trying to achieve with Cowrywise Kids. So it's a digital learning platform for aged 5 to 17. We've grouped them into further subgroups like 5 to 7, 8 to 11, 12 to 14. And through stories, through games, quizzes, and challenges, kids learn the basic principles of investing. So you don't need to wait till you're an adult to really understand how money works. We're trying to catch them young, and we're trying to make young investors. And so while that journey starts, what happens while those early morning lessons are ongoing? So we have another product called Nest, and that's like an investment account built to secure your children's futures. What that does is parents can start to save for their children, and those funds are not accessible until the child is 18. So you're pretty much building a safety net or a nest egg. I'm not sure that's where Coast got that product name for, but it's a nest egg for your children. And what you're doing is that you're giving them options. So at 18, when the funds are accessible, it's passed on to the child for the child to manage. So you're also giving a child who has prior knowledge on how to invest money. You're giving that child also resources, because he has to go beyond, I am saving for the child's education. And I think as Africans, we limit that the best possible thing that we can do for our children is to give them a good, education, and that's it. You also have to give them the resources for a solid foundation. And that is one of the things that, Nest aspires to do. So, while that has been done, we also have a product. So now we're moving from preparing a child for money to preparing adults to own their own wealth. And this is something I'm very excited about. This is stocks. I don't know if many of you have seen some of our engagements online. We launched that 2 months ago. So I remember again when I started investing in the Nigerian stock market. And like I said, I had a background in philosophy. So I didn't really understand what makes a good stock. Why should I buy a good stock? I think I even had it easier than most people who are, here sitting on the white chair. I'm not trying to say you guys are old, but, I think I had it easier. They had to go through a very rigorous process to buy a stock. It was very manual. They would go to the registrar, the fill manual forms, and all that nonsense. And, while I was doing that, there was no information whatsoever on what stock I was buying. I was basically gambling. So you will open an app and you will just have the list of all the possible stocks, whether viable or not, on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. No detail on, what that stock is, what the financials are, what that stock is doing, what you possibly could be making about that, making when you invest in those stocks. And that's what we are trying to do. We're trying to solve a problem here. So what we have done is to make participation simple and accessible. The stock feature is integrated directly in the Cowrywise app. We've added very rich market data. I don't know if any of you have used it, but if you're going to buy a stock, you would know what the revenue, if you ask me then, when I bought GT, what GT made last year, I'll tell you I don't know. I just bought GT because somebody said it's a very good stock. But you have the resources you need to really look at a stock and say, okay, yeah, this looks like this business is growing. We have about 5-year financial data on that. And we understand that, you might not understand what you're looking at. So we also have like small nuggets that tells you what a PE ratio is, what a dividend yield is. So you're not just buying on a whim, you're actually buying with intention. And that's really the gameplay here. Because something happens when you look at the stock market as a piece of ownership rather than just playing games with it. So we've done that, and we're trying to also help young Nigerian adults start building futures. So I think let's imagine a full circle. So we've gone from a young adult who's learned how the basics of money on Cowrywise, to their parents investing for them, and then to them now taking ownership and doing the actual investment themselves. So, I don't think I'm out of sorts if I say that's generational financial confidence that we're building. And like I said, it's not a marketing pitch. I'm just telling you, what we've done. So finally, we arrive at the stage where dreams become enterprises. So we have a platform called Sprout, and that's targeted for businesses and institutions. And what we're really trying to do is to make your money sweat. We have a couple of institutions that don't know that keeping money idle in the bank is a waste of assets, or you're not utilizing your assets efficiently. So we've built this on 3 pillars: security, liquidity, and yield. And the funds are held by an independent custodian. Withdrawals take 24 to 48 working hours, depending on the asset class. We have, investments in Naira and dollars. So we're really just trying to turn idle cash balances into active profit centers. So when you think of Cowrywise, don't see all the products there as separate products. They're designed to grow with you as you go through life. And I think you will find on our platform some product that ties to whatever stage in life that you're in. Whether you're still just learning to save, or whether you want to move from saving to investing, whether you've now come to the age where you want to start to give your kids some sort of financial security, that's next. And then obviously as a young adult, you start to you start to invest in some of these brands that you really love. And you're not doing it on a whim. It's not FOMO, fear of missing out. So if somebody's saying, oh, GT is going up, you want to, ride that wave with GT. You have every data you need, at least our best. We've provided it to, the best possible way we know how to make sure that, it's demystified, you understand what you're doing. And, from there, you're also, when you decide to become entrepreneurs yourself, we're there at every step of the way to help you do that. So it's a partnership, it's a marriage, if you like to say that, for richer. We don't do poorer here. We don't do poorer on this side. So yeah, that's basically, some of our products at a glance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wanu. Guys, a round of applause for Wanu. You see that we think about you with every product that we come up with, because your money is important to us as much as it is important to you. Right. You know what usually happens when people eat is they get sleepy and they get tired. Do we have anybody like that? I'm going to take that as a yes, actually. On that note, please, can we stand up? Don't be shy. Up, up, up. Small exercise. Small exercise, guys. Small exercise. We're definitely full. It's taking people like a few seconds to get up. Okay. Whatever it is that you hear me say, just do. Left. 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 Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Stop. Up. Down. Down. All the way up. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. My head, my shoulder, my knees, my toes. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. Don't sleep, oh. You know you have eaten. If you sleep, I'll ask all the media guys to just have you, and then you become a meme for the rest of the year. I'm kidding, or not. Okay, we're about to go over to our next panel session, and we'll be talking about what we've been hinting on all day, how EX powers CX. And to take us into that session, I'm going to be introducing the following people. Okay, we have Babatunde Akin Moses, the CEO of Sycamore. A round of applause, please.
Babatunde Akin Moses is the CEO and co-founder of Sycamore, an award-winning peer-to-peer lending, savings, and investment fintech platform that is bridging the gap in access to finance and investment options. The company has empowered over 300,000 people and businesses across Nigeria. He is deeply passionate about making Nigeria and Africa as a whole a much better place to thrive and prosper for all. Please welcome Babatunde Akin Moses.
Round of applause, guys. Okay. And next on our list, we have Chinaza Unduka DK, who's the VP People Operations at MoneyPoint. Keep clapping, guys.
Chinaza Unduka DK is an accomplished professional with over a decade of experience in operations, people management, and organizational growth. As a VP of People Operations at MoneyPoint, Chinaza oversees the strategic management of the organization's human capital, aligning business objectives with a culture of excellence and inclusivity. In this role, Chinaza has introduced systems and processes that forward growth, streamlined operations, and enhanced productivity. Skilled in performance management, leadership development, and operational efficiency, Chinaza's work directly supports the bank's mission to empower communities through financial services. Please welcome Chinaza Unduka DK.
A round of applause. And last on our list, we have Sandra Robert, who is HR Administration Manager at Better Glass PLC.
MS Sandra Robert is a seasoned professional with over 18 years of experience in law and human resource management, spanning the manufacturing, oil and gas, aviation, and legal sectors. She's a strong advocate of fairness, integrity, and professionalism, with a deep passion for building engaged, diverse teams and aligning people strategies with business objectives. Driven by a mission to create lasting value in organizations, Ukeme focuses on the strategic development of corporate policies, stakeholder-driven governance, and optimal resource management. Looking ahead, she's committed to advancing toward her long-term goal of serving as a board director in a top 100 company, a path she's actively pursuing through academic growth and practical leadership. Please welcome Ukeme Sandra Robert.
And our moderator for this session is none other than our people and culture lead at Cowrywise, Ebenezer Akintomide.
Ebenezer is a senior HR leader with over a decade of experience across consulting and in-house HR practice. He currently heads people and culture at Cowrywise, where he drives strategic people initiatives that align with corporate objectives and support a high-growth environment. Ebenezer holds a BTech in statistics and a master's in international HR management alongside several professional HR certifications. He believes business performance thrives at the intersection of sound governance, inclusive people practices, and HR strategies aligned with both culture and business goals. Please welcome Ebenezer Akintomide.
Okay, just a few things before I yield the mic. To ask your questions, as usual, go to slido.com. The code for this session is 584-5252. It's going to go up on the screen, but I'll take that again. 584-5252. One last time, it's 584-5252. And just in case you're thinking about leaving, you have eaten our food, you want to leave us like that, there's a surprise that's coming just another session after. I would advise you to wait, but I mean, if you have somewhere to go, you're the one who's going to lose out, especially if you're a CX professional. So wait for the prize and make sure that your ears are on the ground for this session. A round of applause again, once again.
Thank you, Kos. Good afternoon, everyone. While we go to the site and upvote the questions, I'll just quickly say that I like this panel. I like how diverse the panel is. Even in our sitting, we have the men at the edges and the women, guided from both sides. I think one thing we've said several times today is how employee experience powers customer experience. And I take my mind back to the maiden edition of CXCon last year, where even right from the first keynote, it was this same thing. So how do people power the experience that customers have? And we'll speak for it from different perspectives. We have the business level with our CEO here. We have the people strategy level with our VP of People Operations. And we have the HR Ops level with Sandra, who leads the HR admin function at Better Glass. I'll quickly touch on what Wanu said before she left around how we launched Stocks by Cowrywise a couple of months back. Interestingly, Better Glass has been that company that has returned the highest on the Nigerian Stock Exchange this year. So if you don't have Stocks by Cowrywise, you're missing on opportunities like buying into things like that. Okay, our questions are here, and we go right into the conversation. I think I'll start with Babatunde. Forgive me if I call him Uncle Tunde, and if I call Chinaza Naz. So it says that HR and business leaders talk a lot about culture. Now, how does culture drive employee interactions with customers? And how does your company align culture with its desired customer experience? So 2 levels. How does culture drive interactions with customers? And then what's your company doing to align employee experience or the culture with the desired customer experience?
Thank you, Ebenezer. Thanks, everyone, for having me, and Cowrywise for the honor of the invitation. I think, there are two ways I think about culture and the alignment with what happens in the organization. I think first off is, as everybody would say, it's leadership, right? It all starts with leadership. So it's the tone at the top. And aside from leadership, culture, similar to strategy, is not just what you say, it's what you do, right? So it's what happens every day in the company. And that action, modeled by leadership, is what people see. So it's not a question of everybody. I can't think of any company that doesn't have integrity as part of their core values, or we love our people, even if they're featuring in horrible bosses. Everybody will still say this is the best place to work, right? But I think it's important in terms of what is leadership, what's the tone at the top, how much do you value people, and what does leadership actually do, not just what it says. And I think if everybody sees that action is lived every day by the leadership of the company or the organization, as the case may be, it won't be too much for you to try to force an alignment. It's something that would sort of happen organically because people are going to learn by watching what leadership does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And the second part, which is what you do specifically at Sycamore to link the employee experience to, the culture now, to customer experience.
Yeah. Okay, so that's very interesting question. So at Sycamore, interestingly, one of our values is customer obsession, right? And occasionally, we are looking for people that will go above and beyond what the customer actually needs. So every quarter, we have these awards we do. We call it Customer Champion, right? And the whole idea is that we'll take an example of somebody that has done something extraordinary. It can't be the normal, you just serving the customer, right? It has to be something special. So when we share those stories, you'll see things like, this customer, I had to even use some of my own funds to actually do something, knowing that because this is a company that encourages people to go above and beyond, you'll probably get a refund, right? I think those kind of initiatives, like our Customer Champion initiative, we have customer obsession as part of our core values of the business, and we're always looking out for those stories that show that, look, what are you doing that is above and beyond the customer expectation? And we reward those accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. So he said it starts from the leaders, it goes into the values, and it goes into the trust that people have that their right actions would be replicated, if you know what I mean. And maybe I should just add some quick Cowrywise perspective here. In my HR corners, when I was speaking to my colleagues, I actually boast, because they're talking about how I'm trying to do this for my staff, and then my CEO is saying no, the finance manager is saying this, and I just boast and say, you know what? I have people-centric leaders at Cowrywise in the founders, and I have other leaders who also understand how critical these people are. So please, I want you to quickly help me appreciate our co-founders. Thank you for putting us first and trusting us to put the customers first. I'll move on quickly to Sandra. And this question speaks to how legacy cultures can be strong. We gave the context of the company where she was, how they've been around for a while. So this speaks to how in mature companies, those legacy cultures can be strong. And how do you manage such shifts such that the company can move towards new ways of working that align with customers' needs, which are also usually changing per time?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me, Cowrywise, and I appreciate our audience here. So for a mature organization shifts its legacy culture, I think the most important thing an organization should know is, first of all, before you think of any changes in culture, you first of all have to diagnose your current culture, the DNA. What's your actual culture at the moment? What are the values you have? What are the beliefs? What are the traditions that you have used that has sustained the company for this long? For instance, my organization is about 51 years old, currently as quoted on the stock exchange. Of course, it had existed before then. So we've had so many changes over the years. And people would ask, how have you sustained and also been able to manage your customer? Our customer base has I'll probably say most of our customers have been with us for over 50-something years. We celebrate their accomplishment, their achievements with them. So before you even think of making any change, you have to first of all check the current culture you have. Is there really a need for change? If there isn't a need for change, you actually just ride on what you have and then continue. So that's what a mature organization should ordinarily be doing to ensure sustainability and growth.
Thank you. Moving along with the employees in their journey, and then when you want to make those changes, they can also work with you and support those changes. Okay, this I will take to Naz, which says, just like Babatunde's example, empowered employees go on to empower customers. Can you share examples of moments where empowering employees to take ownership led to better outcomes for your business?
Okay, thank you everyone for having me today. Empowered employees indeed they make for a better customer experience. How's that? Empowered employees look more towards impactful outcomes than processes. So a member of the team perhaps might be thinking about, I need to do step A, B, C for my work to be done. Just as a result of being a leader of that team, the team leader is looking at, this is what I want to achieve. And to achieve this, I need to do step A, B, C. There's a fundamental difference between the two outlooks. So when you give employees a level of autonomy to make decisions, whether it's the small ones or the big ones, you see that they're more interested in positive outcomes, positive impact, rather than just towing the line to get the job done. So in looking for positive outcomes, of course, that rubs off on the customer. The customer has a better, more pleasant experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Naz, for that. Outcomes over processes and empowering employees with autonomy. I'll still stay with you for the next question, which speaks to the pressure that customer-facing teams face. This I can relate with personally because we all serve customers, right? And it says, what policies have you introduced that empower employees to deliver excellence without burning out?
Okay, our company is a growing one, and I have some of our staff here. They would testify to the point that there have been different phases, and pressure is a standard part of the job, especially in a fast-paced environment like Bonnie Point. So we've tried different things, but I will just highlight some of the major things that are working and we're still improving on. So usually when the team is understaffed, the little ones in the team need to kind of stretch themselves too much to be able to handle all the work that's coming in. So this year, we focused on workforce planning properly to make sure that work is balanced throughout the team. While that is still work in progress because our growth is monumental, or exponential rather, and we are, trying to keep up. We use data a lot to be able to make some of those decisions. Now, there's also working in shifts, right? In some places, this is probably general practice, but you still have some organizations where people just keep working back to back. What we're trying to institute is making sure that shifts are adhered to, people have enough time to recharge and then come back to work. Another thing is taking advantage of your leave. So, like I said, our company is not as old as Better Glass 3 here, but it's a journey that we're working on to enforce, okay, it's time for leave. You have 20 days in the year. Make sure you take a number of days just so that you can go back and recharge. So when the pressure hits, you have the risk of having disengaged employees. And when you have disengaged employees, they really just don't care about the customer, and that's the truth. So some of these little things like making spaces for rest, engaging them out of the workspace. For instance, this is Customer Support Week. There are events happening all over the country for our customer support staff, an opportunity for them to unwind, relax, and all that. So rest, shifts, I think rest is very, very important. We cannot underestimate the power of rest in having like a wholesome, engaged employee. Thank you.
Thank you, Naz. One key thing for me in what she said is the part where she mentioned how disengaged employees cannot put your customers first. I would still like to get perspectives from Sandra and also Tunde on that same question. So how do you plan for people to be able to sustain working through pressure and not burn out?
Okay, so we even know that Nigeria is already pressure. So the average customer service personnel, I'm sure most of you here are in customer service, understands how it is to deal with customers, especially the irate ones, screaming and shouting. So within our organization, we understand this. We encourage employees, like she said, to go on leave. I hear a lot of organizations monetize leave. We do not monetize leave. Some encourage you, oh, come along if you couldn't take your leave days. What we tell you is your leave expires, so you must take it. We encourage you to go and rest. Take time off, shut down and rest. Within the organization itself, we encourage wellness programs. We encourage sessions where we talk to you about resilience, how to manage maybe yourself under pressure, emotional intelligence or emotional intelligence sessions to help people manage themselves and also manage that customer better, especially when one is under pressure. Then, of course, there's something that sometimes we overlook. When customer service personnel are under pressure, we think that the pressure is just from the client. Sometimes the pressure could be from their senior bosses. So we encourage our leaders to attend sessions and trainings that help them also manage how they deal with their team members. So that while your team member is dealing with pressure from outside, he or she isn't also dealing with pressure from inside. So we encourage them, we take them on little sessions, 1 hour, 30 minutes in a day, online, With that, they are able to balance it when their team members are under pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. Babatunde?
Yes, customer-facing teams, right? I think in the company, one of the very interesting things I've observed over time is the fact that there's always this tension between customer-serving people and, let's say, operations people. So if you're in an industry where you have a lot of salespeople that are dealing with customers, and they are relying on people on the back end. So let's say they need a tech person to sort of fix something, and the customer is shouting. I think that sometimes one of the ways of making non-customer serving people is also to give them maybe a taste of what it means to deal with customers, right? I think they will show a lot more empathy if you have that experience, no matter how little it is, because the organization as itself is a whole, right? It's not like, oh, you are dealing with customers. My own work is to do the tech, right? We are all here because we are serving the customers. And I think if everybody realizes, and I think it's also important that we all realize in the company, we are all customer service people at the end of the day, right? We're all here to serve the customer, ultimately. I think, something else too, even if it's not very obvious, but something else you can do to also relieve people's pressure in a way is also around letting people clarity on their job roles, right? Clarity on their job roles and clarity on even their career progression. So when you are dealing with people sometimes, somebody said that what causes you stress is something that you are supposed to do and you've not done it. So it's lingering in your mind that I have this to-do list, or in this case now, will I be promoted tomorrow? Is it my job to respond to this customer and all of that? So I think clarity on a lot of things around the company's policies, right? So every time we like to repeat, at Sycamore, we like to repeat our policies. We like to let people know how long they are going to be on a set particular role before they are promoted, right? Just in a way, psychologically, there's a way it also eases just the stress when you have clarity on what you are supposed to do and how long you are supposed to stay in the role. And I think maybe lastly is also for management and leadership to also apply a human face to dealing with employees, right? So you take, for example, I'm happy that we mentioned leave too. You see things like HMO, for example, right? It's interesting that a lot of big companies actually do not have something like as simple as an HMO, right? So you'll be surprised. And even beyond the HMO, It doesn't cost leadership a lot when the policy is stiff. So somebody's in a hospital, for example, right? And HMO has said, no, we've given you 12,000 naira. This drug is 13,000 naira. Therefore, we're not going to pay. In those instances, I think management and leadership can show some level of compassion, right? Of course, it can be on an exceptional basis, but this is just to show if we're going above and beyond for the customer, then in some instances, we can go above and beyond for our employees who are also our internal customers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Going above and beyond for our employees who are also our customers as well. Interestingly, as Cowrywise, we actively say that our employees are our first customers. Maybe I should just stay with you, Babatunde. The next question is around how companies invest in people and justifying those investments. So when you make employee-focused investments, how do you balance short-term costs with long-term gains in customer growth and loyalty?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think I sort of suspected I'll be the one to answer that question first because I noticed I'm the only non-HR professional on this panel. So I think the most important thing is when you're looking at people expense, people cost implications, let me put it that way. People think of people as expenses, right? You think of people-related costs as expense, and you feel like once you spend 500,000 naira on this training, it's gone forever, and it's not going to give me value in the future. But really, people are actually assets, right? And if you look at the nature of an asset by definition, it's something that is supposed to give you long-term value. So I think if we're looking at our people as investments, right? Investments in the sense of this money on this training is something that when I put 500K, just like mutual funds or stocks on Cowrywise, is something that we would get 1.5 million from tomorrow, not something that disappears, right? It's an investment that I'm going to get a return on. When you think about it from that perspective, I think there should be no misalignment between spending on people and seeing it as an expense or an asset. It's like we are investing this money in our people because it will give us a long-term return. That's if you are even trying to think about it from a very selfish perspective or a strictly capitalist perspective. And I mean, obviously, the next question will be, oh, you invested 10 million in this person's training. What if the person resigns? What if the person resigns tomorrow, right? And I love how HR people always answer this question. It's okay, what if the person stays for 5 years and then you have somebody that is not properly equipped for their job? So I think overall, you don't try to justify the expense in terms of, it's a short-term expense. Think of it like we're investing in an asset that would continue to yield returns in the long run, provided you do your job well and you keep them in the business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Investments in people would yield returns in the long run. So I'll quickly move on to Naz now, and it's still somehow close to the previous question. So you're trying to convince Tosin to invest in people. How do you link measurable things in HR like employee retention, productivity, engagement, all of those things that we measure in HR to customer outcomes?
Okay, thank you. I'll take customer support department, for instance. I like everything he said. Our employees are our assets, and investing in the employees always yields some type of returns. So we are a very data-driven company. Tosin loves to see data. When we make certain investments, it's good to see that so when we make certain investments, it's good to paint a picture that for this team that handles this particular thing on our payments platform, their retention is high, and we now draw parallels between their retention and the customer retention based on using that product, right? So we have loads of data, and we're able to do like correlation analysis between employee experiences, retention, engagement through the surveys and everything, and then the customer's experience. So for the customer, we have things like their CSAT, we have things like their general feedback that they give, right? And we're able to draw lines between that. So thankfully, I also work with people who they understand the value of the people that we work with. So it's not usually it's not a fight. It's just a discussion, a clear discussion of, based on this data, this is the return on the investments that we're making in these employees. So it's okay, I mean, it's a win-win for everyone, right? So the clear thing is just being able to present your data as crystal clear as possible and draw the required relationships between the different metrics, both on the employee side and then the customer side.
So telling data-backed stories. Yes. Thank you. And that takes me to one of my experiences in a previous role, because people see HR as, we're always the ones saying, bring money, let's buy this, let's pay for this, you will get this. But in that role, I think we were doing 2 parallel recruitment drives because the business thought some guys could do some things better. And all it took was just for HR to go into the performance management data, to analyze it and be able to tell management that, yeah, these guys can do a little bit better, but if you weigh that against the cost, it's not significant. Can you focus on the gaps in this other group that is a given cost and then avoid that extra cost? And that was the end of those parallel recruitments for that company. So back to Sandra now, and this is talking about empowering people. You know, Basunde touched on that earlier as well, about using your money, knowing that the company would actually give it to you in return. So in hierarchical environments where empowerment can be tricky, how do you create safe spaces for employees to make customer-centric decisions on the spot?
Okay, in this situation, I want to believe we all have processes and policies. So if you can develop a policy that outlines the types of decisions customer-facing agents can actually make immediately without having to revert to leadership, it would go a long way in empowering them. You can always model empowerment from the top. Leaders should visibly support employees who make these decisions. You know, there are sometimes you may have decisions to make that ordinarily it's not within your power. But leadership should actually understand that because of trying to deliver service to a customer and ensure your customer doesn't leave disgruntled, that employee had to make that decision. So giving some sort of autonomy to your employees will enable them to make these decisions. Also, if you know, over time when employees make these decisions to support customers, sometimes some of them go a long way in affecting the bottom line of the organization. We would encourage leadership to probably, you know, reward such employees. It doesn't have to be monetary. It could be just recognizing the employee at town hall meetings, at sales meetings or general meetings. Just recognize. So it encourages people to actually go out of their way to make autonomous decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. So encouraging autonomy for employees. The next question says, trust and reliability are very important when dealing with customers. How do you hardwire these values into your employee culture so that they consistently show up in customer touch points? I'd like Naz to take that. Maybe Tunde or Sandra can then add to it.
Okay. I think one of the other panelists had mentioned that culture is beyond the few notes that you say, okay, it's empathy, it's integrity and all that. It's really in how people behave, right? So when they're faced with a particular situation, how do they respond while at work? For me, I always tell my managers that the fish rots from the head. So if within your team, you're not able to create an environment where people are trusting to be able to, you know, express themselves properly, then that's going to cascade eventually into the customer experience. If you also train your employees, I'm using the word train with care, all right? Because I don't want it to be seen as everybody comes to a room and then we sit down and we tell you that these are the values, these are the values. No, there's on-the-job training, right? So you're faced with the decision, kind of my first point too. how do you as a person respond? It will rub off on your employees. But I'm also saying that you need to train your employees on the products that they are selling so that you can trust them to go ahead and make the right decisions. Because an employee that has no idea what the product they are selling is probably just doing vibes with the customer, right? You don't want that. You want your employee to be empowered. The knowledge in this case is the empowerment that will allow them to eventually make the right decision when dealing with the customers. So it's in the modeled behavior from the leadership, whether that's at senior management level or in the team, and then empowering the staff with the required knowledge to make the right decisions.
So empowering people with the right knowledge to make decisions. So Sandra, you want to add to that?
Okay, so within our organization, we have our values. We call it TREE. The last E in the word TREE is excellence. So at everything we do, we talk excellence, excellence, excellence. So my question would usually be to people, if you say I should be excellent, how else am I supposed to be excellent if you don't trust me? Trust what I'm about to do, and then I'll give my best. So like we all know, trust, if you don't trust somebody, the person can't give their best. They will have that lackadaisical attitude and say, okay, I'll just do it this way. After all, they don't believe in me. So when we sing excellence every day, we already tell you we trust you. Go ahead and do what you have to do so our customers can be happy. You know, so for us, we generally just open up to employees and tell them, we believe in you, we trust you, we know you're going to do it excellently, we've been singing this, we're a sustainable organization, just go out there and do it in that way. Then she mentioned, leadership modeling. Of course, leaders have to, that trust thing, you have to trust me for me to be able to do this. If I go out, I'm representing the brand, I'm representing the business. So if you don't actually trust me, I don't think I'll represent the business properly. So I do my best to come out in a positive light for the organization, which is what our sales team and generally everybody models. So we recognize people even when they deliver on all these things. So the trust, delivering excellence, and then recognition makes people go out of their way to actually do these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Trust that fosters excellence. I'll still stay with you, Sandra, and this next question speaks to quantifying the return on investment for employee experience initiatives. So it says, in a large established company where customer loyalty is already strong, quantify the ROI of employee experience.
Comfortable, even when it looks like their needs are not being met. Thank you.
So walking the journey with the customers. Thank you. There's a question here from the audience that speaks to, maybe Naz would take this for us. It says, most customer service staff are underpaid in Africa. As an HR personnel, what do you think that can be done to change that so they don't move to other fields?
The concept of payment for different roles, I'll try and give a broad, how some people approach it. So there's something called like a job evaluation, right? That's the evaluation of the substance of the work that you do on the job. And then it's done also in relation to the extent of work that's done in other fields. In MoneyPoint, we have something called job families. So those are jobs of a similar function. So you have like people operations, you have finance, you have customer support, you have engineering, and you have products like that and others. So what can HR leaders do to change this phenomenon? Maybe there can be a collective effort to morph the way customer support works. I know at the core of it, it's really just to be able to respond to customer queries, and then maybe the growth is then promised as you grow up the ranks. Maybe you become a manager or become part of management of the company. But perhaps we can look at seeing how we can morph the responsibilities that are required of the customer support staff, because it's not just in Africa. I can tell you that it's a general thing internationally. perhaps you would look at what an international person is earning in relation to what somebody in Nigeria is earning, but you know that there are different economy powers, right? The tax they're paying at the end of the day is definitely different from what you're paying as a Nigerian. So I think it's really in the responsibilities and morphing that, as opposed to saying, oh, let's just, change or increase what the customer support is earning, because a lot of the times it is grounded in years and years of research, job evaluations in relation to what some of the other roles earn. I don't think there's going to be a case where you have maybe an entry-level customer support officer earning the same thing as perhaps a data analyst, because the level of, and it's not hard work I'm talking about, because both people probably work hard, but the mental investment in working as a data analyst, you would agree, is different from that of working as a customer support person. That's why I'm coming from the aspect of the nature of the role itself. Perhaps we can see how we can morph that to make it more challenging, not necessarily more stressful, just more challenging to, then give it requisite remuneration. I mean, those are my first thoughts.
Thanks, Nat, for that. And I can add the Cowrywise perspective to that as well, which is in that our CX team doesn't just, let's just respond to customers, let's just take their calls. It's things beyond, how do we proactively anticipate what the customers might need? It's things beyond, how do we take the queries we're getting and use that to improve the product such that we can stop getting those and then we have happier customers. There's a lot of things, like this beautiful event was put together entirely by Cowrywise CX team. I thought you would clap for them for that. So practically, it's things like that to enrich the role, and then we can better remunerate. You want to add to that?
I think Naza and yourself, Ebenezer, answered brilliantly. So there is a global nature of the job, right? And it's very interesting because we had these debates in the company where somebody had said, why do you want to do customer? Why do you want to join customer experience when I feel like they are not paid well? Somebody was advising a very young person, entry level. So this is how we looked at the situation. There's customer experience, right? And customer support is just one aspect of customer experience. So I had a friend that used to work in one of these BPOs in Nigeria that does outsourcing for the telecom companies, right? And if you see the number of roles in those places, right, you have people support, manning the contact center, which many people wrongly call customer support or customer experience or customer success, but they are doing call center, right? They are responding to calls, emails. You have QAs, quality assurance people, right? You have data analysts looking at the insights from responses. So if 20 people call us and complain about this button is red and we want it to be black, the data analyst needs to take that and give the product feedback, right? So customer experience is broad and it has different levels. And as Nasa said, the contact center part of it, the nature of it, unfortunately, it's repetitive, which is why it's one of the first places people are saying AI is going to disrupt, right? So if you look at the customer support part of it specifically, it's a global thing. Maybe there's not much that can be done in terms of changing the fundamental nature of the work, especially if AI doesn't replace it. But to the person that asked the question, what I would say is this. I think, and I will sound like a motivational speaker now, but it is like a phase, right? There are many great people that have started their careers from customer support. It's usually an entry-level job. And thank God, Ebenezer and I, we used to work in PwC. We used to photocopy documents together, right? And now he's a big man. So the customer support role you are doing, if you're in a contact center now, it's a phase, right? As you leave that subset of customer experience to go into one of these areas, you could be a QA tomorrow, you could be a data analyst, you could be a customer experience professional. There is a ladder to grow within the customer experience industry as a professional. And honestly, it's only for that period that you're at that level that you would probably be earning little, because trust me, every senior person, or as you go into this more complicated parts, you start to earn more. So it's also a phase of where you are right now, and even improving yourself to get better into the more, how would I say now, into the more rewarding aspects of the job that pays more, right? And that's just the reality of it. Thank you.
So, mapping the journey and being deliberate. Thank you. But then when a CEO calls you a big man, you know that something is... Sandra, please, what's your step?
So I just wanted to add to what my co-panelist said. Several years ago, I'd worked in customer service, contact center, taking the phone calls. So maybe I'm just going to put this out to leaders and business owners who actually manage contact service personnel. Do we want to consider including something like commission? The commission could come from the angle of, you're not just taking phone calls. What if this person goes the extra mile to try to resolve the issue that the customer has? Do we want to add some sort of commission to that? Probably that will make the job a bit more, interesting, as in pay-wise. I agree with him that it's like an entry role, I did it when I was very young, and I know it was like 9 months, one of the airlines. And I knew how it was when we used to receive customer complaints, people bashing you over the phone. And then sometimes you even leave the desk wanting to cry. And you'll be wondering, how much are they even paying me? Maybe if we go the extra mile, because we had some cases where we went the extra mile, went out of our way to try and resolve an issue a customer had. Even some will call you back and ask for your name to say thank you. Maybe such employees can be rewarded with some sort of commission. It probably would make the role much more interesting. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Sandra. As we begin to wrap up the conversation, I will just ask one more question. And I would like each of us to take a jab at it for maybe a minute or less, and then give our closing thoughts. And that's around mindset shifts now. So it says, what is the most important mindset shift leaders must make if they want to link employee experience to customer experience? So mindset shift in linking EX to CX. Want to go first, and then we can just come this way.
Okay. I think the first mindset shift is, there's this question I like to ask when we have this thing called Sycamore Academy. It's our training ground for when people join the company. And I always ask this question first before I start my session is, what's the most important thing to every business? And I'll put 3 options or 4. They'll say people, ideas, money, or maybe technology, something like that, right? And then we'll have this debate. Obviously, many people will say money. Some people will say technology. Some people will say ideas. And the most interesting part of it is that all these other things typically comes from people, right? The ideas, they come from people. If you want money, typically it's great people that will help you make money, and it's people that also build the technology. So I think the most important mindset shift is that we need to start seeing people as value creators and as perhaps the most important part of the business. And I also say I really love what Sandra said around calling their salespeople account managers. We're not yet there. We're still looking for customers, so we can't call them that. But our human resource department, we actually call it human capital, right? And that's from the belief of people are actually capital in the sense of helping us to grow the business. And people are customers, people are capital. And I think if you shift your mindset to knowing rather that people are the most important resource, capital, or assets that any business has, you will not have to make that distinction between, we won't be asking questions like your employees or your customers, who should you treat better? You shouldn't choose, right? These are people. Customers are people, employees are people, and we should just treat people well, whether they are employees or customers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would like to pick up from where he left it, in that, yes, we have people, and then we have all the other assets, technology and all of that. But when you look at it, who's building the technology? Who's leveraging the base format of it and writing code to make sure that it's something that works? It's still the people. So at the core of it, the substance of your business is still in its people. If all the people in your organization leave today, then you really have no business to run. So maybe looking at it through those lenses as leaders, and then even as even as employees, understanding the value that you bring to the team. I always like to encourage employees to, especially in environments where you have the opportunity to speak out and seek for change, where you know that some things are not working the best way that they can, so that you can have a more fulfilling employee experience that will, translate to how you treat your customers. At MoneyPoint, for our employee experience, we have like a 4M framework. That's membership, meaning, money, and mastery. So we create an environment where people feel like they are part of the team. That's in the membership. We try to pay our people well. I hope it's working. We also create an environment where they feel like they are growing well. That's the mastery. So I mentioned meaning, membership, mastery, and meaning. We do very impactful work. I'm sure everybody here knows of MoneyPoint. It's beyond the blue POS or whatever product you know of us. We are actually driving like payments inclusion in very remote spaces. So if you know that somebody being able to pay with that product that you've built is the difference between life and death in the hospital, then you know that the work they are doing is very meaningful. And we highlight these things to kind of bring the employee experience together. So those are my final thoughts.
Okay, so the best way to be able, for leaders to be able to shift is shift your mind from employees as serving customers to employees are creating an experience for your customers. If your employees look at it like something that they are developing, being their true self in that situation, it would help them to deliver better. So that mind shift should come from leaders. It's best to say, okay, they're not just serving customers. They're like creating an experience for our customers to live with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And as we wrap up the conversation, we've said that people are capital that would always be worth investing in. Thank you once again.
A round of applause for our panelists, please. Okay, so while they do their photo session, I want to pick two people. I want two people to just tell me what they've learned from this session today. Anyone wants to volunteer? I'll call you. Oh, okay. Please tell us your name, what you do, and tell us what you learned.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. So my name is Eunice. I work with the customer success team at Quedax. I really enjoyed this panel. And I think one thing I really learned was Bartley talking about how it is important to differentiate roles. So people start with CS. There has to be like a role progression. Do they move into QA? Do they move into something else? I think that would help so many people grow more independently in their role and in the organization. Thank you.
A round of applause for our guys. Any other person? A guy? Okay. Do that again. Do that again. Nice.
Good afternoon. My name is Abayomi. I'm a data analyst at Meccano International Limited. All right, so from the panel session, I learned about organizations building trust in their employees such that they are able to go out as a trust fosters excellence. And also, there is a space to grow in the CX space. So whether you are starting as a CX contact center agent, you can rise up to a QA analyst and move up the ladder as a team lead or whatsoever space you desire. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for them, guys. Okay, we're about to do something really interesting. We did it last year, actually. Everybody, please whip out your phones. Bring out your phones. I know that you're on Instagram posting. I know. Open your Instagram. Open your Insta story, particularly. Are we there? If you're there, say yes. If you're not, say wait for me. Okay, I'll wait. Open your Insta story. Now, I want you to go to somebody that you met today, somebody you came with. You can move around, actually. We're going to be doing this on our feet, so best if you start standing up now. I don't see us moving. No. Okay, guys, one more time. Can I crave your indulgence? Please be on your feet. Thank you. Do you have Instagram up now? I need to do a quick video. You guys, is it the food? Is the food? Okay, next time I won't give you food. You're already protesting. Okay, I need you to take a selfie, a video with somebody, and this is what I need you to do. We're going to test run it, right? You're going to say CXCon25, and then you're going to shout. So let's just test it. Go to your Instagram. Once we do that, you're going to use the hashtag CXCon25, and you're going to tag Cowrywise and share that to your story. Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Okay, so we're just going to test this out right now. 1, 2, 3, go. CXCon25. Woo! No, this rehearsal did not work. Oh. Nah, this rehearsal did not work. No, don't sit here. Razak, don't sit here too. We're not done. That's just a rehearsal. So we need to do the original one now. I'm going to need you guys to engage a lot and clap your hands and shout and do all the nice things. Are we ready? I need you louder. Are we ready? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, and go. CXCon25. Woo! Post it, post it, post it, post it, post it. Post it. Thank you, everyone. You can have your seat. Thank you so much. An amazing audience. A round of applause for yourselves. You don't want to clap. Okay. All right. Okay, I really like this next session, right? It just really speaks to some of the things that our last panelist just spoke about. Career transition, a lot of all those things. And the guys that we'll be having on this panel, nearly all of them actually embody that. Do we have everyone? Is Victor around? David? Okay. All right. Now, this panel session, we're going to be talking about... It's a fireside chat, actually. I'm going to have some really senior people at Cowrywise come to talk to you about the Cowrywise playbook. We've seen people from external companies come to speak to us. Now, this is like insider people coming to give you the insider story of how we do things at Cowrywise. First up on my list, guys, please first clap before I introduce this person. You guys. I think it's the rice. Next time, we'll give you salads and chips. All right. First on my list, this person actually started as a CX specialist at Cowrywise. And now the person is product lead at Cowrywise. A round of applause, please. Yes. We really do the work at Cowrywise. We don't just say it, we embody it. She started as a CX specialist at Cowrywise and became the first product manager at Cowrywise. And right now, she's the product lead at Cowrywise. Have you guys ever used stocks on Cowrywise? Have you used stocks on Cowrywise recently? Yeah, this is the person that championed that. Please make welcome Yamirama Ashama.
Yamirama Ashama, fondly known as Yami, is the product lead at Cowrywise, where she plays a pivotal role in shaping the company's product strategy and execution. As Cowrywise's pioneer product manager, she has built a robust foundation for product development, guiding initiatives that span the entire product lifecycle, from conceptualizing and launching new products from scratch to evolving them for scale and long-term growth. Yami is passionate about both innovation and people and thrives at the intersection of technology and user experience, consistently championing customer-centric solutions. Beyond her professional work, she is also a singer-songwriter with 2 singles available on major music platforms, an outlet that reflects her creativity and ability to connect with audiences in different ways. Please welcome Yamirama Ashama.
Guys, I can't hear it. Thank you. Okay, the next person, also another first at Cowrywise actually. This person is the first engineer that Cowrywise ever employed, and is still here today, right? So a lot of times, when some things are happening and we're fixing something, Cowrywise is not one of those places where we'll tell you, we'll send you to the team and they'll work on it, and it will take like 3 business or 3 working days. Our CX team will just say it's resolved, and then you're good. That's how we roll at Cowrywise. And this person I'm about to introduce is one of the people that ensures that happens. He's the first engineer that Cowrywise ever employed. Please make welcome Obi Uchenna, who is engineering lead at Cowrywise.
Obi Uchenna David is the engineering lead at Cowrywise, where he has spent nearly 7 years shaping secure, reliable financial technology that makes wealth management accessible to millions of Africans. With over a decade of experience in back-end systems, mobile applications, infrastructure, and information security, he specializes in building resilient platforms that foster trust in digital finance. At Cowrywise, Obi has led the development of mission-critical products, including an in-house fraud detection system, and played a key role in scaling the mobile app to hundreds of thousands of users. He has also driven the launch of new investment products with leading asset managers, combining customer engagement with security at scale. Please welcome Obi Uchenna David.
Yes. Okay, and this next person, another first, guys, another first, is the first employee that Cowrywise ever, the very first employee that Cowrywise ever employed. We used to call him the design police. Actually, if you use stocks on Cowrywise, this person designed that entire experience. Can you clap to that? Thank you. Thank you. Joining us next would be Feyishayo Shonubi, design lead at Cowrywise.
Feyishayo Shonubi is a product designer and design leader with over 8 years of experience shaping digital products. With a strong focus on fintech, he has built a career around designing solutions that make complex systems feel simple, accessible, and empowering for everyday users. Beyond his craft, Feyishayo has influenced the broader design community in Nigeria by setting a high bar for product design in fintech. His work demonstrates how design can be a driver of financial inclusion, innovation, and user trust, cementing his reputation as a design leader who delivers impact at scale. Please welcome Feyishayo Shonubi.
Amazing. And the last person on our panel today is another person from our people and culture team. His name is, I don't know, if you've ever seen anyone write a lot about Cowrywise, maybe Cowrywise is in use on LinkedIn, it's because this person is constantly writing. The guy's work rates, no BA. Anyways, please make welcome Victor Adeyemo, People Operations Lead at Cowrywise.
Victor Adeyemo is the People Operations Lead at Cowrywise, where he drives people-centered strategies by leveraging his experience in business transformation, organizational design, workforce intelligence, and people analytics. At the heart of his work is a commitment to helping both individuals and organizations achieve long-term success through data-driven insights and innovative people practices. Please welcome Victor Adeyemo.
Okay, and our moderator is another first at Cowrywise. So many firsts. All our people, they are here. They don't run away. That tells you something about Cowrywise, right? Yeah. Okay, our moderator for this session is the first CX employee at Cowrywise, who is now the CX manager at Cowrywise. Again, please help me welcome Eno Izomor.
Think of business growth powered by customer experience. That's Eno's passion and forte. At Cowrywise, Eno doesn't just manage a team. She designed the customer experience function from the ground up. Alongside a high-performing team, she was instrumental in scaling Cowrywise from 5,000 to over 1 million retail customers and corporate clients, while championing initiatives that streamlined operations, improved cost efficiency, and earned lasting customer trust. She has successfully led large-scale CX campaigns and designed recruitment frameworks that position Cowrywise as an organization that attracts and nurtures top talent. Eno is also the convener of CXCon, a premier conference shaping the future of CX-led business growth and influencing business leaders across industries. Please welcome Eno Izomo.
A round of applause, guys. Okay, again, we have Slido for this, just in case you have questions. Maybe you want to ask them how come they've been at Cowrywise for this long and they've not left and they're still here. Maybe you have questions for them. Maybe you want to also ask how they've been able to run Cowrywise and help Cowrywise grow up until this point. This is your chance. And the Slido code for that is 2741463. It's slido.com. The Slido code for this session is 2741463. I'll take that one last time. 2741463. Remember, I said there's a surprise after this session for CX professionals in particular. So please put your ears to the ground, listen as always, and listen for the surprise as well. I hope that you have an amazing time today. Another round of applause for our panelists, guys.
Thank you so much, Coast. Put your hands together for Coast, please. Have we had a good time so far? Have we had a good time so far? Coast has been amazing. Let's put our hands together again for her. And for the record, Coast is a product manager at Cowrywise, a senior product manager at Cowrywise. She doesn't do MC for a living, so she's our employee here. All right, thank you so much, guys. And thank you for staying back so far. I hope you've had a good time. Awesome. Okay, so many firsts, right? First engineer, first designer, first product manager, first CX manager. Well, not first HR manager, but firsts, right?
CX con, at least.
Right. but that tells you something. I think Coach already highlighted that. That tells you something about our employee experience, doesn't it? I think everybody here has been here for, okay, except Victor, we've been here for 6-7 years. Literally since Cowrywise launched, right? And that tells you something about the employee experience. Whether we're doing something good or we're doing something great, just sit back, relax, and hear from the horse's mouth. All right, we'll go right into it. And this session is deliberately to tell you how we do CX at Cowrywise, right? We've shared stories, we've had keynote speakers come to talk to you, we've had panelists come to share their own stories, and we want to just share from our own wealth of experience how we manage CX, how we do CX at Cowrywise, and how that has worked for us so far. I hope you have a good time, and if you have any questions directed at any one of us here, please ask on the Slido link, and we would try as much as possible to get to them. Okay, let's get right into it. So, at Cowrywise, we have several core values. And of these core values, I think about three, if I'm not mistaken, speak to customer experience. Am I correct? Yes, customer first, empathy, simplicity and empathy and all that, right? They all speak to customer experience in a way, right? So that speaks volume of how we approach CX at Cowrywise. So I want us to talk from our different perspectives and our different roles, how we approach CX, or what CX really means for us at Cowrywise from our different perspectives. We can go one after the other. Do you have a mic, Yami? Okay. Ladies first. We're protecting the guys this time as opposed to Iben's panel.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Can you guys check that the mics are on?
Okay, let's use this. Yeah, so I think from a product perspective, like you rightly said, we have like core values, so there's simplicity and empathy, and then customer satisfaction obsession, right? Put the customer first, or keep things simple. And what that means, so I will use an example of when we had initially done like the first design for stocks, and then we had like the general presentation, and you know, as we were going over it with like the broad team, and then it's like, what exactly does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean, right? And what that pretty much just showed us is, we need to go back and really think about how to make things simple enough for people to understand. And that kind of guided how we implemented things moving forward, right? So for us, it's always that understanding that you don't want people coming to interact with the app, or we don't want people coming to interact with the app and it's not clear what you're trying to do, right? So we really do try to embody that aspect of just making things as simple as possible for people to understand. Trust is also something that I think we try to embody a lot, in the sense that we want you to understand what you're doing. We want you to understand the, in quote, consequence of the actions that you're taking, right? And so that it's not like something happens and then you're wondering, oh, how did I get here? Or why is this happening? So one thing I would say is, from a product perspective, is how can we keep things as simple as possible? I still remember when there was a conversation to say, we want customers to do things in just 2 taps. In just 2 taps, they should be able to do what they need to do, right? And so that's like some of the challenges that we have to deal with, which really just speaks to how it's not just something that we talk about when we say we want to make things simple, but it's something that we hold ourselves accountable to as much as possible to ensure that things are actually simple enough and transparent enough for customers.
Thank you very much. David?
Okay. So there's something I usually say during our onboarding session with new employees, is that, especially for the engineering team, is that you have customers that are external and you have customers that are internal. And your internal customers include the CX team, finance, products, a bunch of other people. And for your internal team, your work is to make their life easier. So this can be building tools that they would use, this can be deploying an app that they will use, anything like that. And then for your external customers, right, you need to make sure that the app that you push out is usable. You need to make sure that when an error occurs, that you are giving them friendly error messages, that sometimes they don't even have to know that an error occurs. An example is during withdrawals, right? Your customer does not care if you are using, I don't want to mention any particular gateway, but they don't care if you're using this gateway and they are down. They just care that they have not received their money and it's 24 hours, right? So as an engineer, we are thinking about how can we make this process simpler, such that even if one gateway is down, we can use other gateways. I'm avoiding mentioning names again. But yeah, that's the idea. And when it comes to our internal customers, again, that's the CX team with CX babies, we work very closely with them, right? We have an engineer on call every day, including weekends, even though they're not a fan of that. But yeah, it's just so that when issues happen, we can promptly respond to that. And one thing we've noticed from this engineer on call thing that we do now is that we find things that, we call it beans. We find things that were in the app that we did not know were there. And we cannot promptly fix it. So when the CX tells you that, oh, a user tried to do this and it didn't work, or this font is off here, they get to us and we can immediately fix things that happen like that. So yeah, it's about making the life of your customers easier, basically. That's what CX is to the engineering team.
So for me as a designer, CX would be putting customers first, trying to make sure that even when I'm designing something or a designer experience, one thing that even makes it easy for us as designers is that Cowrywise is a product that we actively use. So every day I'm using it and I'm always finding new ways to make it better. I'm a customer, so it makes it a lot easier. So it comes from things like how we write words, how we lay out, how we place things. If it's not necessary, why do you want to have it there? A lot of things in this world are they don't have to be that way. You can shape and you can make it better. Another thing is that I think customers don't always know what they want, and sometimes you have to shape how people perceive a product. And then I think one last thing I would just add is keep improving the product, and it helps when, as designers, we focus on the right things, the right
problems, focusing on really the core of why why are we even doing this. I think that's it for us as designers. Yeah.
All right, so we've heard that it's been said consistently here today that people are the first customers, and they've also all said it, and it's no different at Cowrywise. Our people are our first customers, and we prioritize that a lot, such that at every touch point, we want to leave them with positive experiences. And what happens is that these positive experiences compound. And when they compound, it builds trust. And when our people can believe that there is trust in the system, that I can trust these people, they are empowered to do so much more. I think that's how we approach it from the people team.
Thank you very much. So there's something we say at Cowrywise that investing is hard enough or complex enough. At Cowrywise, we want to make it simple. So you come on Cowrywise, you want to invest, and I think Wanu alluded to this during our session. We want to be there for you all through your journey as an investor, from you are a student, or you're married and you have kids, or you are single and you're trying to raise funds for some business or from capital. We want to be there for you at every point in time. And how can we be there for you if we make the complex, if we don't make the complex a lot simpler? And we've seen from the different approaches here that it's not a single person's effort, it's not one person's effort, it's everybody coming together to say, oh, how do I design a product or ideate on a product that already exists and make it better such that an investor doesn't find it difficult to use? Or how do I design a process? Or what this code I'm pushing, how am I pushing it in a way that anybody that interacts with the app doesn't come and hits a roadblock or gets stuck on the product, right? So it's a unified effort from product to engineering to HR before it even gets to the customer-facing team. So I said this some time ago. I think last year at CXCon, we were 5 on the CX team. Today we're 10. And my team members will argue that it's not a compliment, but I think it's impressive that 10 people handle everything from customer engagement to optimizations to things like dispute management, fraud management. It is a whole lot. And we're able to do that because we have the support of an enabling team that is there to guide us and get to help us as much as possible along the way. So it's not just all our customers are coming to the CX team. We shouldn't even have reasons for customers to even interact with the CX team. And that way, the CX team is able to better serve the company, better drive value for the company, and of course, there are better outcomes at the end of the day. Okay, so my next question here is I think I'd also like everybody to speak on this, but share specific examples where collaboration between teams have ended up creating better customer outcomes or better customer experience. We can start with the guys now. So let's start with David. David.
Yeah, there are so many examples that I could give of this, honestly. But I think I would use my favorite Cowrywise product, and that's Triggers. And it started just as on a Slack thread, oh, let's do this for customers. And then, so let me give the background. So the background is that we have a circle where football fans come together, and then when your football team scores a goal, we save money for you automatically. So it didn't start as that initially. It started off as, I think, a growth campaign where it was just a circle with football fans inside, and then we would tell you that, oh, your team scored today, go and save. And, it did not sound very user-friendly because they have to be the ones to open up the app, go to the plan, and do the whole investment process. It was just a tedious effort. And so people from different teams, actually. So we had data there, we had mobile, we had backend, we had front end, and everybody just kept dropping ideas. So let's do this, it can make it easier. Or what should we name the product? What should we do? And, from just that one Slack thread, we ended up having, I think, 5 or 6 circles at the time. Then we added for the Nigerian League, we added a bunch of things. So it's just one of those things that happens when people bounce ideas off each other and then, a product comes out from it.
Okay, so one product that I really like also, which I contributed actively to, was so currently on Cowrywise you have mutual funds. You can buy mutual funds. There's like a whole lot of mutual funds to buy. So, but there was a day that I was with somebody, and then she was trying to buy mutual fund because I introduced her to Cowrywise, and then she's like, "Oh, which fund should I pick?" And I was like, "Okay, but choose what's your risk appetite first." And then she was like, "I don't know all this, man. Like, I just want to invest." So, and then I thought about it. I was like, okay, that's actually, some people don't actually know how to go about this. And that led to what's the managed portfolio. And I think, and we had to, that's another thing with Cowrywise, like, because we're a startup, like, we're always it might seem small, but a lot of hands went into building it and then designing the experience in a way that you don't necessarily, like, you're investing in mutual funds, but it's not, we're taking away the complexity of you investing in a mutual fund, and just bring your money. We just want your money. And that's a very good example that you can see there. Yeah, I think. Yes.
Victor, you want to share? No, Yami is definitely going to share.
Okay. So I've been trying to think of what example to use. But I think maybe I'll come from, say, payments, because that's also like one area that we've had to like make some optimizations to. And a lot of what our payment setup has like grown into right now is actually a function of contribution from the CX team, like giving feedback to say, oh, these are things that we're seeing with customers, contribution from engineers. So I remember when direct debits, really started to like come up, and then we did like the very first iteration, and it was like you could select either paying with card or paying with direct debits. And we launched with that, right? And I mean, that was crazy work enough, so it was good. But then it was just one of those conversations, and it was like, wait, why do we have to ask you to choose card or direct debits? Is all your bank accounts? Why not just ask you, indicate like which of your accounts? So if you have a GT card and you've maybe linked your GT account, we can just have you select that you want to pay with your GT account, and then we will do the work of routing either through direct debit or through card, right, for example. So I think I've seen it like over and over again just happen, how we start from one thing, but just infusing like insights from every single person, whether it's based off conversations that the growth team is seeing happen on Twitter, or based off customer complaints or requests, or just the kind of engagements that the customer experience team is seeing, or even from engineers having to like go into something and they're saying, wait, why are we doing it like this? Why can't we do it like this? So yeah, I think I would say payment is like one way I've seen that collaboration just happen, and we've been able to improve the process.
Okay, I'll share a relatable example. So there's a young man on the aisle. He's a Cowrywise employee, but he's not a customer experience professional. He works in the H&I team, and he's been helping with, his name is Bemi, and he's been helping with welcoming you, helping you with your seat, showing you around, and all of that. But he's not a customer experience professional. And I said that to say that there's a lot of collaboration that happens whenever you see something out of Cowrywise. You would all agree that you've had a wonderful time here today. Some of these fantastic designs are from our design team. Shout out to Obashola and Patrick and all the other people on the design team. So what you see, right, and how we are able to improve on our processes, it's when we collaborate, it makes it really elevated. Chances are the person that welcomed you isn't even a CX baby. So those are practical examples of where collaboration comes in, right? And we're able to really elevate the experiences that people have.
Awesome. I want to also share my own experience, and since you guys chose your favorite product, I'll also choose mine. My favorite product is the mutual funds product on Cowrywise, and I mean, I just love mutual funds. I don't know why. And so on Cowrywise today, you can access over 30 mutual funds on Cowrywise today, and that's based off of collaboration, not just internally, externally as well. So we've had to engage and interact with fund managers from across the country just so that you can access mutual funds on your Cowrywise app. So maybe to give some context, right now, if you wanted to buy, if you wanted to invest in a fund by, say, United Capital or, say, ARM or Stanbic IBTC, you would typically engage them. Most of them have apps now, so you can engage them, check out their apps, look through their funds, and then pick the one you want. But right now, on Cowrywise, you can look through over 30 mutual funds, choose the one that best suits you. You can compare right on the app. You can see ARM, see Stanbic, offering the same kind of mutual fund, and you can say, oh, ARM is doing better, let me do ARM, or Stanbic is doing interesting, let me do Stanbic, right on your Cowrywise app without having to interact with these companies on their own apps or in their own companies. And that stemmed from collaborating with these companies. Internally, we've also had to find a way to build it such that it is easy for you to use and easy to access. It wasn't just one person. I worked on that product, Yami worked on that. In fact, everybody here literally worked on that. And it's something that everybody has access to today. So it's impressive what collaboration between teams can help every business achieve. All right, so moving on to the next question. I'll ask Victor this one. So can you share some of the unique practices and processes we've built internally that helps us stay close to our customers?
So there's a lot. But let me start from a principle point of view. Two things, freedom and responsibility. They are enshrined in our culture. They are the art of our culture at Cowrywise. And what does that mean? Freedom means that we give our people leeway to do anything that makes them do their job excellently. I mean, within the ambit of what is right, and what is proper. And with that freedom comes responsibility. They are responsible for how they use that freedom. So there are so many things that we've sort of, embedded into all of that make it really nice. So, for example, say you come into Cowrywise today, we don't have what you typically call a job description. We don't have that at Cowrywise. Rather, what we have is job brief. And we call it a brief deliberately. We call it a brief because we want you to come and put flesh to what you do. We don't want to be the one to say you would do this XYZ in ABC manner. We'll just tell you that this is how we are imagining this role, and this is how we think it can contribute to the business. How do you think you can add flavor to it? So that's just one. Second is an interesting statistics. 7 out of every 10 Cowrywise employee has a car. And more than 50% of those people got those cars after they joined Cowrywise. Okay, I was expecting a clap. And one of the things it does is that we've created some processes that enable this feel very seamless and easy for our people. And with that, we've noticed it just sort of elevates the quality of life that you live, right? Imagine if you're coming from maybe Yaba to Ikeja, and you have to jump maybe like 3 buses, and conductor did not give you your change, or Agbiru didn't give you your change when you came down. And then you got into the office, and then there's a customer who walks in and is very high rate. Chances that you'll be in the right frame of mind may not be so great. So we just want to ensure that we remove anything that is going to be a blocker to you bringing your authentic self to work and to you doing your best work. So you have the chance to become anything at Cowrywise. We also have something I wrote about recently. We have good food at Cowrywise. And when you come to work, there's breakfast and there's lunch for you. So what that does is that the time you would have to bring food packs or have to try and figure out what you want to eat or buy food and all of that is removed because we want you to just be able to do your best work. So some of those things compound into lost time a lot of times and we don't know it. So we just want to remove that as much as possible. Another thing that we're also proud of is that recently one of us went on from Cowrywise to resume at Harvard University. And it is also another example of how we empower our people to become anything and whatever they want to be, right? Cowrywise is not going to hold you back. One of the earlier speakers was talking around how work is life, right? And the work that we do is life. So we want to make work worth doing, and we want to make the life that you live while doing the work also enjoyable. I don't know if I...
Yes, you've answered beautifully. Okay, so I'm going to ask David this one. And the question is, at Cowrywise, we've grown from thousands to over 1 million customers. What shifts have we have to make in terms of the tools we use, the infrastructure, such that we're building for scale and we're able to accommodate that growth and it doesn't impact on our customer experience?
Does this one work? Hello? Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Eno. So, I joined Cowrywise when we had maybe 20,000-ish customers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And now we're over 1 million, and it's crazy watching those numbers grow. So initially, when there's an issue with a customer's account, right, we could easily identify the customer, and no, would just tag me or Ed, the city on Slack, oh, please help resolve this person's issue, and then we just, quickly write some code to fix it, and, it's done. But now we have people coming in with different issues every day. We can't scale with, oh, Eno is typing on Slack. Someone at Outlook.com has a problem, please help check. So what we are doing now is empowering the CX teams to be able to do these things themselves. And then you realize that sometimes some issues might not even need to reach the engineering team. They can just resolve it and, only when it's something critical or, and then we can call the engineering team. So one way the means we created for the CX team to reach engineering team is through a ticketing platform that we built. So what this does is, I mentioned earlier that we have like an on-call system where there's an engineer on call every day. So the CX baby can create a ticket that, okay, this user is experiencing this issue, can you help investigate it and, and look at what the issue is? And that helps, if I'm not mistaken, that pretty much helps reduce the turnaround time for tickets like this. So it's not just one person that is getting tagged, you have multiple engineers that can resolve tickets. Then, what I would say is the biggest differentiator right now is that we have gotten a lot of backup plans, if that's the way to put it. So for example, we started off with just one BVN provider for verification. And if that BVN provider has an issue, we're stuck. That means that for every user that is signing up, within whatever period they have that downtime, they cannot verify their BVN, which is a big downside. So now we have like 5 BVN providers, which looks like a lot, but then if one BVN provider has an issue, we're moving on to the next one. We don't even need to call or send any email to them that, oh, please resolve this thing. But just, okay, you know what, you guys are misbehaving, bye-bye, next person. And what we have actually realized is that helps the provider even sit up. Because when they see that, oh, these people have a backup plan, let's fix out our service issues. And, we had the same issue with direct debits too, if I'm not wrong. When, oh, this person is giving they're having downtimes or they are giving a price that is not good for us, we'll tell you that, okay, we have alternatives. So if you guys don't fix up, that's your problem. And, okay. And so we have that with payments, BVN, withdrawals, pretty much anything. The only thing we don't have a backup plan for is when NIBS has a downtime. And when NIBS has a downtime, there's nothing you can do, like, you know. But yeah, we try to create things like that. Is there anyone I'm missing? But no, I think those are the main ones, right? Yeah, those are the main ones.
Yeah, thank you so much. That makes sense. So planning and preempting issues even before they occur, building to make sure that we solve those issues is fantastic. Thank you so much, David. Now, I want to ask this to Yami and Faye. I think David can also chip in here. So CX metrics are typically tricky to measure, especially for non-customer-facing teams, right? How do you guys currently track that? Of course, customer experience is great from your own perspective. And how do you measure that customers are actually having great customer experiences?
All right. So I think it was during one of maybe the earlier session where I talked about the fact that business is about creating value and capturing value. And how I think about it or how I see it is for you to capture value, you need to create value, right? So one thing we always do now is when we're working on any product or maybe a major feature, there are certain metrics that we define ahead of time to say we'll be paying attention to these things to see if this particular product that we're putting out, how well is it working, right? Or is this something that we need to make changes around? One thing that we also try to do is when we have a new product, we're also paying attention to see what kind of complaints, what kind of questions, what kind of tickets are, the support team bringing, because then that also is like a form of feedback for us to say, is this thing actually working? And yeah, so I would say that just paying attention to those business metrics, because if for you to see the value that you want as a business, right, to be able to capture the value that you want as a business, you first need to create value. So if the business metrics that we're paying attention to are not moving as well as we would want them to, then it begs the question, why is that happening? And then it means that we need to start digging further to figure out, okay, what exactly is happening here, right? So it could be that we're looking at things like conversion rate. It could be that we're looking at adoption, or we're looking at how active are people using this product, or even just observing, how people move through a journey, right? So people start from here, how many people get to like the final state. Things like that are often pointers for us to say there's maybe a problem or there's an opportunity for us to do something better. And then of course, it's one thing to look at the numbers, but where also paying attention to like what customers are saying is you also want to know what kind of stories are also, happening out there. One thing that I do personally is also just looking at like Play Store comments. So I always get like Play Store reviews, and even now we have a system where we get like a collation of all the reviews that we've gotten from customers in a week, and then we can see what people are saying, right? What kind of feedback are we getting? So just looking at Play Store comments, what are people really lamenting about, or what are they praising us for? Those are like some of the things that personally give me like an insight into what the experience might be or is like for customers.
I think for design, so this is something I've been doing this for years, which people don't realize. So I go to Intercom, which is our chat. So sometimes I get somebody's login, and I try to just message customers. So I go there, and I'm sure Enoch can tell when I'm the one messaging them. So I reply the messages, and I read through some of them. Some of them I say, oh, I don't understand this. I can't find my statement. This and that, like this is so difficult. So there's a lot of insight there that I try to pick from. So I remember one time, I think it was also about mutual funds, like people not understanding it, the customer was not understanding what was happening. Another time it was about their withdrawal. they were flagged or something. And I put myself in the person's shoes and I was like, if this happened to me, how would I feel? And then we had to find a solution to that. And another thing I wanted to also bring up, from the first panel session where the speakers spoke about insights from data. So you said something about data doesn't mean anything, but it's insights. The insights you can draw from it. That's really what impacts what you're doing. So that's something that we try to do at Cowrywise. For design, a lot of it is very much tied to the product. So the feedback we get from products, from CX, pretty much, and I want to say something. So CX it has to be a part of your company culture. So it's not just CX. Like everybody has to be, like CX has to be very much part of your culture for you to get the best out of it. So it helps when products and data, they provide some insight, and then, we realize that this is an area we can improve on. And then for design, we try to have, which we just started doing, even though we have enough insight from the customer support that we get, but we also do things like user research sessions where we bring people in and we ask them this and that, and we try to watch them. But majorly, it's really the collaboration we have with the data team, product team, to really find ways to make meaning out of the data we have, and use that to create good experiences. Yes.
Thank you very much, Faye. Thank you, Yami. So I see your questions. I'm looking through them, but I'll try to stay in context and only answer the questions that fit into this panel, just so that we remain within context. So this question is from an anonymous participant here in the house. And the question is, I think we've answered this, but I'll just ask again. How are bugs typically handled across teams? Does CX go through product before it reaches engineering? So I think product and engineering can answer this, but yeah, go ahead. Product, answer. Okay, so go ahead.
Hello. All right, so I think one thing we try to do at Cowrywise is, as much as possible, not have any form of gatekeeping, right? So as much as there's a need for structure, if there's a problem, and I think that it really helps us, right? So if there's a problem, support either creates a ticket, and the engineer who is on call is, attached to work on that, look into it. And then if it's something that can be resolved right off the bat, it gets done. But if it's something that maybe requires a bit more, what do I call now? Maybe rethinking how we're currently doing something, then we know that, okay, we need to plan this into, say, the next release and sort of figure that out. But you don't have to come through product before you get to an engineer. So if there's a problem, support raises a ticket, or even just comes to Slack and say a customer is getting this, tag engineering or tag product, and then we have someone look into it right away. It's only if it's something that we then think maybe this is not something that can just be resolved without us having to push an update, then it might also be that we need to really think about how to resolve that kind of bug at scale. But yeah, to a very large extent, it's really just creating a ticket and an engineer picks it up and gets it done.
Thank you. David, do you want to add to that? Or? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Yami pretty much summed up what the process is like. For a lot of teams, I can speak for the mobile team and for the front-end team, and the back-end as well, actually. A lot of times, before CX even gets to find out about a bug, they get alerts for it, and what's the word? They preemptively jump on fixing it, so they don't need product or CX to jump on it and be like, oh, a customer found this bug. Most times they have already seen it and made an update for it, right? But in a case where it somehow skipped the alerting process, CX can always reach out to the engineer directly. There isn't any, reach out to the team lead first, team lead will reach out to the team member. You can just message the team member directly on Slack. It's an open, it's always an open channel, so you don't have to go through any flow. So, yeah.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so this next question is from Ebere, and I think this is directed to Victor. It says, seeing that we spend most of our days at work or doing some work, how do you navigate life and work? How do you help CX executives manage that balance?
Okay, I think I hinted on that earlier when I was answering one of the questions. And so what we've done is that the concept of work-life balance, we've sort of embedded it into the work you do. So this is how we see it. And I think one of the keynote speakers mentioned that work is life. Believe it or not, we spend like 2/3 of our entire life maybe working, doing one form of work or the other. And that is your life, essentially. So what we try to do is to embed some of the things that you would yearn for or you would love to do into the work that we do. And I will try and give some practical examples. So for example, we have what we call collaborative hours at Cowrywise. We don't have resumption or closing time as a lot of people target. So what we have is collaborative hours. So what that means is that if you are a night owl and you prefer to work at night and say you're an engineer and you don't have any meeting all day, you don't have any deliverable that is pending, or you don't have anything that requires your attention, you're not an engineer on call, and you've delivered whatever you want to do, you can literally just text your boss and say, I'm taking a nap from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'll be back by 1. If you need me, call me. That's open line of communication. I mean, that doesn't happen in a lot of places, but you've done what you're supposed to do. The emphasis is on you not working within a specified time, but just delivering on the job, right? So you have people who are going to close at, say, 5 p.m. or leave the office by 5 p.m. and head to the gym. And one of the things Cowrywise has also done is that we also have a partnership with iFitness where our employees are able to subscribe to the gym at no cost to them. So thanks to Faye. So, and, you know, some of these things come from random conversations. Faye has always been a gym police. He wants everybody to be fit, right? It wasn't even HR's idea, to be frank. Faye wants everyone to be fit. And we felt, so what can we do for our people to be fit, right? And we, you know, through the conversation here and there, and then before you knew what was happening, Faye championed us having a partnership with iFitness, and I go to the gym regularly now, thanks to Cowrywise. And guess what? It's been something I've always wanted to do. But in the previous places I worked, there just was no time. It doesn't mean I'm doing less at Cowrywise. It just means that the work has given me more time to pursue things that I am passionate about. I even started learning how to swim when I joined Cowrywise. So if they throw all of us in water now, I'm sure I'm not going to be the first person to drown. Right? And those are some examples and instances of how I am doing my work, I am delivering on my work, but I am also able to pursue other things that I am passionate about or that I want to do. So it's not like my life is all about serving the company, you know, in quotes. I am able to pursue other interests. There's a chap now that is trying to get everybody in Cowrywise to run. And he wants us to just keep running, you know. And it's a good thing, but we might be at CXCon next year, and you'll be amazed at what has come out of just that conversation alone, right? So random things like that generate a lot of things where, you know, we help our people to be able to live life. Recently, we also redesigned our office to feel more warm. We had a wonderful office space, but we redesigned the office to feel more warm, more accommodating. And even though we work hybrid, and our hybrid isn't the typical 2 days in the office, 2 days at home. You come to the office only when you need to be in the office. Sometimes you may not need to be in the office for a week. It doesn't mean you're not doing your work. But guess what? You still find people in the office. Why? Because the office is accommodating. The office is a place where you feel encouraged to work. You just get into the office space and it gives you this vibe of, I'm in a safe place where I can do my best work. So that's what we want to try and do. I also mentioned that we also give food. We like food at Cowrywise, and that's not hidden. If you know any Cowrywise member, we like good food. And one of the things we also try to do is to provide food. So we want to just make life worth living. Life here being work. So you are enjoying the work you are doing, and your life is worth living. Thank you.
So I fear that after this session, I'll get like a lineup of people saying, are you guys recruiting? I want to join Cowrywise. All right. So I have another question here. It's a little bit off context, but I think we should try to answer. And the question is, how can you stand out in a company where everyone is doing their best without encroaching on other teams' responsibilities? I like this question because everybody at Cowrywise is a high performer. And I think someone said this in my team recently and said that if you have inferiority complex and come and work on the CX team, you probably would struggle. But really, it's how have you guys been able to like own your spaces and stand out in your unique space? Because everybody here on this panel is standing out. And how have you been able to do that, even amongst other high flyers, without encroaching on anybody's responsibilities?
I should pass the mic, Abby. Okay, let me go first then. I think the first thing is knowing and understanding yourself. There's no one like you, and there can never be anyone like you. Matter of fact, if you are even coming into a new role where the person who is left the role was a high flyer, right? And you are coming in to step into the role, there's something unique that you're going to bring that will be different from the way that person has been doing it. And I think that's what you need to find out. Second thing is you need to understand the space where you're in. And I'm talking now not just within the context of Cowrywise, but outside as well, in a way that you can apply. Understand what the company is doing. For example, there was an example we heard that there's a company where you don't innovate, just do what they asked you to do. So in a place like that, you don't want to go and do something that is going to cost the company a trillion naira because you wanted to be a superstar or you wanted to show yourself. So understand what the company is doing, understand the business. And I think that when you understand the business and you're passionate about what the business is all about achieving, you will be able to marry that with the unique flair that you can bring as a person. And easily you would stand out. So don't try to say, this person is doing this, so I also do it. This person has done this, I also do it. No. I think one of the first things you need to erase is the imposter syndrome. And understand what the company is doing. Understand yourself and the uniqueness that you have. And see how you can marry both together. That's my submission.
Yeah, so in my own case, I think it would be really focusing on your own strengths. And to add to what Victor said about knowing what the company does, knowing, if it's a place where you're allowed to innovate, it's a place where you're allowed to experiment, and if it's a place where you are not allowed to, just know your place. But really knowing your strengths and not being too much of a jack of all trades where you can do so many things, but you're not really good at anything. It's always good when people know you for this thing and they know that, if they bring it to you, this is your strength and you will run with it and you're the best person. And you just have to strive to be the best person to handle it. And also, I think another thing is working with people. In as much as you yourself, you want to stand out and all that, but the better you work with other people, the better you also become. You learn more from them. You climb higher. You interact with people better. You understand the business better too. The more you work with people, so I think that's how I would approach it.
Yeah. I want to give a funny analogy, actually. Who is a City fan here? Manchester City. Oh, nice. You know the football player, Jeremy Doku? He has just one move that he does to beat defenders. And that one move that he does it very well. And he does it all the time. He might not shoot balls from outside the box or, do one fancy pass, but that one dribble that he does it well. And that's what makes him stand out. So find that one thing that you can do, fear not the man that has, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So find that one thing that makes you stand out and do it well. Then I think the question sort of came in a way that the person might not be standing out right now, that how can you stand out? So you have brilliant teammates that work with you because they are standing out, right? Learn from them. There's a lot of finance things and risk management things that I've learned from, spending time with these people that do this role. And I'm very sure I would not have learned it by myself, like in my house, maybe on the internet, but just listening to these guys have conversations, you can pick up on things from them too. And it can actually help you in your own work too. So right now, I'm an engineer that knows finance. Sure you get, it's not easy. So yeah, listen to, talk, have conversations with them, talk with them, listen for when they are, in the zone and giving those conversations, and you'll learn, and then you would stand out. And don't forget Jeremy Doku. Yeah.
All right. I think I'll pretty much just be echoing what they said in the sense that you should know your strength. And I think for me, one thing that I will probably maybe encourage is not necessarily looking at it from the angle of what is the other person doing well, but looking at your own self. So usually one thing that I do for myself is to say, where am I at now? Where do I want to get to? And what's missing in between that, particular map that I'm building for myself. And the reason why that is important is because you want to be the best version of yourself, not the best version of another person. And if the only thing you're focusing on is how well the other person is, you might fail to see the strengths that you have and then how you can sort of grow and develop that further. So yeah, like they've all said, know your strength. And I think, of course, I would also say sometimes it can actually be as simple as going to meet those people that you think are high flyers and saying, how can I support you, right? You will probably find out that there are things that they've been looking at being able to delegate or have somebody else speak from them. So yeah, learn from others, know yourself, and just keep showing up, really.
Thank you very much, guys. I'll just give an example, a real-life example of what they've all shared, and I'll use the CX team at Cowrywise as an example. So I mentioned earlier that we're a team of 10, right? And presently on that team, I have different people with diverse skills, right? So as a customer experience person, first off, the core is you need to be a very strong engagement person. So you need to be able to engage with customers, interact with them, diffuse issues, solve problems, be empathetic. But beyond that, on my team, we've identified that certain people, different people, have unique set of skills. Like there are some people that are just great at automation. There are some people that they have this eye for detail that fraud cannot pass them. Like even if you hide it, it cannot pass their table. There are some people that they are excellent at customer delight campaigns. So think of things like we want to make customers happy. What can we do? We have people that are great at it and they are constantly thinking, how can we do? What should we do? What can we do? And if we have these different people coming to say, oh, I want to be able to do all these things, we might not get the best out of everyone. But we found that several people have different unique skills. How do we recognize those skills? How do we encourage those skills and help people identify that irrespective of so sometimes we think that our skills are not very important or they're not very great, right? Because we're the ones and we can be very self-critical. But those skills are important and can drive value. So you need to find a way to identify those unique skills that you're great at, build on them, go deep on them, and use that to drive value for your business and for your teams. We've run out of time now, but I hope that with this session, you've been able to garner how we do CX at Cowrywise, what helps us to stand out in terms of customer experience, and how we're using that to drive business outcome for Cowrywise. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists, the guys that are driving and really powering Cowrywise. I can't hear those hands. Okay, remember I said that we had a surprise for CX people, right? We're gonna have a recruitment drive. I thought you guys were excited about working at Cowrywise. We should cancel it. Victor, should we cancel it? The excitement is not given. Are you guys excited? We're about to have a recruitment drive. It means that if you're lucky and you put your best foot forward, you just might be the lucky one who gets employed by Cowrywise. That's what it means. I'm gonna yield the mic to Victor to talk more about it really quickly.
Okay, so let me stand for that. There's an interesting name we call Cowrywise CX professionals. We call them CX babies. You've probably heard that a lot. I don't know how that name came to be, but it's cute, it's pretty, and it has a nice ring to it. So what we're saying is that today, from this conference, we're looking for and hoping to hire the next Cowrywise CX baby. Now, if you think that you have what it takes, if you think that all of what we've said about how we approach Cowrywise, customer experience at Cowrywise resonates with you, there's a QR code that is going to come up on the screen very shortly. All you have to do is bring out your mobile device, scan that QR code. It will take you to a form where you give us your name, your email address, your LinkedIn URL, and you tell us why you think we should bring you on as the next Cowrywise CX baby. What is going to happen is that in the coming days, we're going to look at every of those submissions, every single one of them from this conference, whether you are here in person or you're joining us online. We'll look at those that stand out and that resonate with the kind of person we're looking for. Over the coming days, we're going to invite you in for an interview, take you through our recruitment process, and hopefully at the next CXCon, you'll be joining us not as a participant, but as a CX baby. The link will be up for 10 minutes, so there will be a countdown timer that will come up now for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the form will be closed. Do not share it with your friends who are not here. We want it to be a way of us, giving you value and also, giving someone an opportunity to join the team, such that by next year we'll have more than 10 CX babies at CXCon. So good luck to you guys. Count that timer of 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes the form will close. Thank you very much.
Okay, pictures? Remember, the timer is already counting down. You might not see it, but it's already counting down. I just got word. Also, Ed. Guys, a round of applause for our CTO. Okay, remember that the link is exclusive to you. I mean, if you decide to share it, I don't know, but it's exclusive to you because you attended here. You attended CXCon 25. So please, I mean, by now we're professionals. We probably have all of these things saved already on our phone. So just copy, paste, and you're good. Right? We don't? Okay, spoke too soon. I think everybody is busy feeling that thing, like nobody has my time right now. Okay, do you guys want me to give you some time? We've actually come to the end of CXCon 25. Is anyone done filling the form? Do you want some time? If you want me to give you some time, say yes. Okay. But we have to move on, though. We have to move on. Well, we've come to a very interesting part of the event, and we did this last year. We're going to do it again. But now I'm worried because you guys are now filling forms. You don't have my time anymore. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Nobody's going to dig pits for you. You ain't going to jump inside. You're going to come out. Okay. Can we get some music? Music. I'm just going to wait for us. Okay. Guys, we're going to put a finger down. Did anybody attend last year? We did it last year. We're about to do that now. We're going to put a finger down. So if you have 10 fingers, and I hope that you do, can you put them up for me? I need everybody engaged on this. Don't worry. All of you will enter inside. 10 fingers, 10 fingers. We're going to be done really quick, right? Put a finger down. We're CX professionals, right? Put a finger down if you've ever said, thank you for your feedback while dying inside. Okay. Put a finger down if you've ever pretended to type while waiting for the customer to finish ranting. You know those bubble boxes, typing, and then you delete the message and say, thank you for your feedback. Put a finger down if you've ever muted yourself to scream or sigh during a call. All of you are guilty. I thought we're nice people. Put a finger down if you've written an angry response to a customer but deleted it to sound professional. They will not dig pit for you. Put a finger down if you've had a customer say, is there a manager I can speak to? And you were the manager. Put a finger down if you've ever smiled while reading a completely unreasonable request. Now put a finger down if you've had a customer explain something to you that you knew more about than them. Yes. Okay. Put a finger down if you've answered the same question 10 different ways in one day. Put a finger down if you've ever accidentally used the wrong name in a customer interaction. Wow. Put a finger down if you've ever thought, did you even read my last email but still replied politely? How many fingers do we have left? Wow. Did you see how important this event is? A round of applause for yourselves. A big round of applause for yourselves. And now we have finally come to the end of CXCon 25. Did we have a great time? But at the end, though, we have eaten. All the last energy that you have, I need you to shout. Did we have a great time? Yes, and we're on time. Again, last year we're on time, this year we're on time. Please, a round of applause for Cowrywise. A round of applause for the CX team that's planned this event from top to bottom and every other staff member of Cowrywise. Now we'll be inviting for the last time Eno Izomo for our closing remarks. A round of applause, please.
Good evening, everybody. I can see a lot of empty seats. Your neighbor has gone. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming. How many of us had a great time today? Thank you. That's so good to know. How many of us enjoyed Coast today? Please put your hands together for Coast. Homo Kose Dania, thank you. Well done. I want to thank you especially for coming to CXCon today. We called for you to come and you came. You left a busy. If you've not met me, I'm still here. Meet me. Oh. Please, I need to meet people too. Help my career. Anyway, thank you very much for coming. Hopefully, I'll see you at CXCon 26. Have a lovely evening, everyone.